study session. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 2 presentations, followed by 1 concept review and 3 study session items. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person here at the George DeSierro City and County Building, or watch live on Channel 8 through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on the concept review item only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name and the item they'd like to comment on. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item, and the individuals attending in person will speak first. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1 minute to speak. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come over to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Our first item this evening, geology students from North Glen High School are here to present their findings regarding the Lake Lake Trail System. Will the students here to present this evening please come to the podium and share your presentations? As they're getting there, I want to let you guys know that both myself and Councilmember Lim took part in the judging of a problem-based learning exercise where the students presented their findings to a group of elected officials and other faculty. So these students got the highest scores, and these presentations were selected to present to council. So there's the preamble.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. This is our Broomfield Trail PBL. My name is Gerardo Sierra Nunez.
I'm Carlos Fuentes.
I'm Abraham Argumedo.
I'm Kevin Gallegos.
Next slide. This is our problem statement. Our goal is to educate people using the Broomfield Trail System about the geological science history and the use and protection of the resources of the area. Next slide.
So just a little bit about the geology about the place. Next slide. So the layer information is right under the trail that we have here, and that used to be a coastal swamp, which you can see in that picture right there, or if you guys could relate it to a place like Florida. Here you can find sandstone, clay, and colored mudstone, and the thickness of this formation is about 400 feet. Next slide. Right over the layer formation, we have the Arapaho Formation, and this formation was a coastal alluvial fan, which you see in that image right there. This place was made mostly of sedimentary rock, but can consist of sandstone and shell, and this formation was 300 feet thick. Next slide. The temperature, the way we figured this out is if you see in that image right there, right at the top in the middle toe, you can see a mangrove root under the dinosaur footprint, and we could tell that the root was smooth. From that, we took different leaf sites from Denver, averaged them out, and that gave us 60 degrees Fahrenheit for the temperature back then. That's compared to today, it's 43, so that's a really big difference. Next slide. So again, the fossils found here, we found these 2 footprints, which belong to Triceratops. We were also given by our teacher a few pieces of shell, which we know belong to terrestrial and freshwater turtles. Next slide. So in our solution, we would like to include that if anyone's to find a fossil or anything like that, to please help preserve it by informing a professional so they could help with that situation. Next slide.
And this is a bit of our plan. Next slide. Our plan is to attract people down to the trail is by creating a modern shed, which would display what the landscape used to look like back then. And for kids' entertainment, we'd have a sand pit for them to dig up their own fake fossils. Next slide. This is a design of our shed. Inside it would be the sand pit as well as a TV that would show what it used to look like. And that window you can see there, which you could look outside, see the landscape now, and what it used to look like inside. We designed this shed to the landscape. We tried matching it. Next slide.
Our marketing and social media. Next slide. Our targeted age groups are millennials, ages from 27 to 42. Most people seen on the trail are millennials, and most millennials have kids. And kids tend to like to ask questions that parents have to answer. And bringing your kids here will make you seem like a cool parent. Next slide.
And these are the possible places millennials love to hang out. And the places are Starbucks, Gray Scott's, IHOP, Applebee's, and Denny's. And these will be the ideal places to advertise and get a sponsor. Next slide. And the main apps the millennial mainly use is Facebook and Instagram. And this is a QR code they can scan so we could put around the building. Next slide. And on the left side is the posters we're going to be hanging around the building.
For the poster on the right side, this contributes to our solution, which is to create weekly challenges so that people keep visiting the shack. These weekly challenges will consist of 2 sections, one for kids, one for adults. For the kids, it will be a loose fossil placed in the sandbox, and if they find it and can match it to an animal that's set there, they will get a plushie. For the adult, if you look at the information and actually study it, there will be a trivia question. You get it right. If we were to be sponsored, you would get a discount at that sponsored place. Next slide. These are a few of our resources. Next slide. Our final resources. Next slide. Thank you guys for having us.
Oh, wonderful job. All right. Who's next?
This is our presentation on the education of the Broomfield Trail. I'm Anastasia, the marketer.
I'm Asia. I'm the social media director. I'm AJ, the geologist.
Next slide.
The temperature, we were able to take 72 leaf samples and calculate the temperature back then when the dinosaurs alive, which was 68.86 Fahrenheit and 20.48 Celsius, showing that these animals were cold-blooded and could not live in these levels, which we live in now, which is 43.5 Fahrenheit, as well as our elevation is 5,000 feet. Next slide.
Oh, next slide.
Back? Did you want to go back?
No.
Okay. Mhm.
This is our geologist slides right here. Next slide. Scientists discovered Triceratops specimens in Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, and South Dakota, also where plant will be. Crocodiles can live in places throughout Asia, Australia, Africa, and the Americas. Crocodiles prefer a tropical habitat where there's big waters and where there's salt water everywhere. Turtles are the greatest number of species occur in southeastern Northern America and South Asia.
Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so this is our trail specialist. He sadly couldn't be with us today, but we'll be presenting his slides. Next slide. So basically, our trail specialist came up with being able to have kind of trash cans or benches, dinosaur themed, to be able to place along the trail so people can just be motivated and know to look out for fossils.
Next slide. A big thing our trail specialist wanted to focus on was the gazebos around the trail. He wanted to focus on people being able to sit and eat lunch or just sit while walking around the park while the gazebo is dinosaur themed.
Next slide. So this is marketing. Next slide. So we specifically wanted to target a Gen Z population, which is that 1995 to 2012 kids. And we feel that Gen Z are just so powerful and really speaks out. So we just want them to be able to be educated on something that needs to be spoken out about. Next slide. So we want to be able to inform people about these fossils by being able to have informational stands that will contain different facts about the animals that live there and about the fossils. Next slide. So here are some of our stand designs. Obviously, we want the first stand to be kind of just an introduction to what's happening, how we want to incorporate our game and stuff, and just the rest will be about fossils, the animals that live there, like I said. Next slide. So with the footprint, we wanted to be able to incorporate the footprint by putting an informational stand on the trail, talking about what animal this footprint belongs to, and then we can have little footprints, like little painted on or whatever footprints, to leading to where the footprint was actually found, and you could see this footprint in a display case. Next slide.
Trace and body fossils. Trace fossils show behavior and are footprints in the ground. Body fossils are actual bones and remains geologically preserved. Next slide. This is the formation definitions, the alluvial fan. Next slide.
No,
Wait.
nope. Sorry, can you go back? So the fluvial fan, an alluvial fan formation is usually created when flowing water interacts with mountains, hills, or steep walls of canyons, and it's a triangle-shaped deposit of gravel, sand, and even smaller pieces of sediment like silt. A fluvial formation, it begins when the surface water coverages on hill slopes, and these start to form small canals. These small canals will eventually form larger and larger streams of rivers that can carve the landscapes and move sediment, sorry. Next slide.
This is the differences between the Arapaho and Laramie formations. The Arapaho formations consist of both alluvial fan and fluvial deposit, and the Laramie formations deposited on a coastal swamp that flanked the western interior seaway. Next slide. These are the social media and how we want to promote it. Next slide. For Gen Z kids, we did a little bit of research and we found out YouTube is the most used app, and you would think it's like TikTok or like Snapchat, but it's actually YouTube. A lot of people don't like paying for ads, so we want people to air out an ad for people to see before they're watching their everyday videos if they're interested in our trail and to come see it. Next slide. This is our Fossil Hunter app. We want to make an app that displays information for people on the stands with QR codes. Next slide. When you scan the QR code, it's going to take you to the App Store, which works on Apple and Android devices. It takes you to our app and it shows you all kinds of like directions around the trail about the dinosaurs you find, blah, 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 and all kinds of other things that are on yeah. Next slide. These are our resources.
Next slide.
These
More
are some
resources. Next slide. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you so much. And who would like to go next?
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. This is our geology PBL. I'm Macy.
I'm Gabrielle.
I'm Kiara.
And I'm Gabriel.
Next slide. We were tasked with the problem of how to educate Broomfield citizens on the geological and paleontological history of the Broomfield trails. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the geologist specialist, so I focus on the geological units, the fauna and flora in the area, and how to further preserve the environment.
I'm Gabrielle. I'm the social media expert in this, so I will be finding ways to promote our idea.
And so I'm the trail expert, so I make sure that the trail is safe and accessible and available for everyone to learn from.
I'm the head of marketing, where me and the social media will work together to help bring more explanations.
Next slide.
So our target audience is kindergartners to fourth graders, and with the purpose being furthering their education, helpful for research, and showcasing our past and predicting our future.
Next slide.
And then just like saying like why fossils are so important to us, that we want to make sure this idea is known because it just helps us further our education, crucial for scientific research, and shows our past and will help us predict our future. Next slide. So this is the social media slide. We would use Instagram and also any other social media apps that are similar to aim at parents for their younger kids. This would be to kids from kindergarten to fourth grade. And here's like mock examples that we can do to promote our treasure hunt idea. Next slide.
So as a trail site specialist, I have to ensure that the trail is available to learn from. The fossils are preserved, the trail is safe for everyone to use, and it's accessible. So on our trail site, we have a few stands that the children can participate in activities. We have the information stand, the make your own fossil, the clay visuals, leaf comparison, fossil sandpit, and lastly, the digital visuals. Next slide.
For marketing, near the location where we have our hunt, we'll have posters with details and facts of the fossils there. We also plan to have showcasing these fossils at local schools to increase more engagement, also make it fun for field trips. And with our National Honor Society, they can come to help volunteer. Next slide.
So first off, we have the information center. The children will be handed a map for their treasure hunt. They'll be able to interact with the site's activities and will be playing while also learning. And at the end, will be given prizes for their participation. Parents will also be handed a pamphlet or chaperones, and these pamphlets will include facts of the site and of the fossils, and also has descriptions of each point and stand in the treasure map.
Next slide.
Station 2 is casting your own fossils. Using clay that we have, you can make your own fossils. You can choose a variety of different molds. And when it's finished, it's all to keep.
Next slide. Our third stop along our trail site is a visual representation of what the environment used to look like. This will include descriptions of the geological units, the fauna and flora in the environments. Next slide. This will feature the Laramie Formation, which is a coastal swamp, which mostly include mangrove trees. Next slide. These are the mangrove fossils collected near the site from the Northglenn High School collection. We will cast replicas of these mangroves to put out and allow the children to pick up and feel and interact with in order to interact with their senses. Next slide. The Arapahoe Formation consists of alluvial fans. This is when rushing water meets still water, and we know this because of the conglomerate rocks, and we will have examples of these rocks on the stands. Next slide. This will also feature the Triceratopsian trace fossil and the Triceratops toe bone, as well as other fossils collected from a previous lab at Northglenn High School where we had bags full of fossils and we matched them to species. Next slide. The fourth stop along this trail will be the Comparing Leaf Station. This will engage students' senses and teach them how to relate smooth leaves to warm weather and spiked leaves to cold weather. Next slide. The smooth leaves will be primarily featured because the average temperature of this environment was around 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which was 68 million to 67 million years ago. Next slide.
Station 5 is a mini game. In this mini game, you'll be able to dig through the sand pits and find small look-alike fossils. And when the timer goes out, they'll be able to keep any fossils that are look-alike. They're all available to keep when the timer goes down, and they'll be replenished every round.
And then lastly, we would have our digital screening. So this would be a digital representation of what the land looked like millions of years ago. It would give kids a better idea of what they were doing at those stations and how they would work to work millions of years ago. And there would also be many tickets given at the stations, and those tickets, if completed correctly, will be cashed in at the very end for a souvenir shop. And they would be given a little prize at the end for an initiative to continue. And the souvenir shop can help us gain money and also promote the treasure hunt and idea of fossils better.
Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please ask. We're welcome to.
Wonderful. Great job.
So this is our Broomfield Lake Link Trails presentation. I'm Chris.
I'm Angela. I'm Alex. Next slide. Our focus is Broomfield Lake Trail, and the rocks that can be found here are sedimentary rocks that are formed by small bits that are made from erosion and compacted and cemented together. The geological units that are found on the geological map are Ka and Kl. Next slide. The past environments that were here were the Lurmine Formation. It took place in the Corostal Plain, and the Corostal swamps caused the mangrove leaves to grow in that area. And the formation took 68 million years old. Another environment that was found is the Arapaho Formation. It took place in the alluvial fan and the floral fan because of the chlorite sedimentary rock that contains water molecules. And the formation is 67 million years old. Next slide.
So the average temperature of the area of Colorado around 67 to 68 million years ago was 20.79 degrees Celsius and 69.43 degrees Fahrenheit. We know this because of the shaped leaves found in the area. So the cold tooth leaves represent, well, the tooth leaves represent that the climate was cold, and that the smoothed leaves represent that the climate was warm. The temperature back then compared to today's is a lot warmer. And back then it was compared to like modern day Florida. Next slide.
This is a ceratopian footprint, and we can assume that there were triceratops in this area. Next slide. The mangrove trees is one of the most persistent fossils that we had found in this area, and therefore we can assume that there were other plant lives in this area. Next slide.
So the image on the left represents the Laramie Formation and what the swamps would have looked like. And the image on the right represents the Arapaho Formation and the alluvial fan. Next slide. So our problem was educating the general public on the historical and geological resources in the area, as well as the protection and preservation of the fossils and the information that they provide. Our solution was creating a social outreach for high school students as well as others to access. and our new podium diorama. Next slide.
This is what our prototypes would used to look like. The first picture is the drawing of what all of the animals in the podium would look like, and then in the second picture it's our actual first prototype. Next slide.
This is our Instagram account where you can scan the QR code, and this account will post details of the podium and the trail that will take you to the official Broomfield website. Next slide. These are for future posts of the podium and promoting the trails, and these can also be turned into flyers. Next slide. Next slide. These are our citations. Next slide. Thank you for having us.
Oh, great work. Wow. Thank you all so much for your work on this. I'm going to go to my council colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. I'll go to Councilmember Lim, who was also there with me this last week to help judge the presentations.
Thank you very much for coming this evening. It was such a pleasure to be there in the school to see all of the presentations. I appreciate that you're representing your classmates who also worked on these projects and also did a wonderful job. It was really amazing to see the thought and effort put into these projects. And of course, we thank your teachers who helped you, who guided you with these projects. I really gained a great appreciation of what North Glen High School does with its problem-based learning. I think it's a wonderful model. And good luck, all of you as students, in your future endeavors, which I'm sure will be bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and presenting to us. Those were amazing presentations. Every single one of them was aspects that would just jump off the page for the kids and the adults that would go see the trail. I have a 9, almost 10-year-old daughter and who loves dinosaurs and would absolutely love every single one of those presentations. So I appreciate you coming and good job and keep up the good work. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Well, how do y'all feel about let's doing a group picture in front of the dais? So all 4 of our presenters and our faculty and come on, y'all. Group pic. Second step. My 2017 tablet might be dying. See? Thank you, guys. Okay. I'm having a little tech. Oh, there it is. Sorry for that. No, thank you all for hanging in there. And we're just very proud of our local community programs. That STEM school is doing some amazing things. So we're going to move on to our next item. It's a presentation from Broomfield Parks, Recreation and Senior Services Advisory Committee. Will the representatives here to present this evening please come to the podium, introduce yourself and share your presentation. And now we can add a dinosaur park.
That's
to
right.
your list.
Exciting. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council, Clay Shuck, Director of Operations. We're here tonight to present the Parks, Recreation, Senior Services Advisory Committee presentation to you all. I'd like to present Stacy Klimp, who is our current chair. Stacy and I were recently debating on who has been here longer, her or I. And as of today, we determined it was Stacy. So she's beat me out and she's been on the committee since I've been here. So I've appreciated her not only as a member of the committee, but also now as our chair and leading the committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Stacy.
Great. Thank you for inviting us to speak. Next slide, please. So this is our current members and our staff support that we have. Myself as chair, Jessica as vice chair, Jason, Yolanda, Alex, Chris, Holly, Arlene, Cross, Chris, and Joaquin, who is our youth advisor. So we try to have one or two youth advisors on the committee at all times to provide that perspective that those of us who are a little older probably have lost a little bit. So, and then the staff support that we get from Clay, Angela, Matt, Ryan, and Nikki is critical for us. Next slide. The committee was created under Municipal Code Chapter 244 for the Parks Recs Senior Services Advisory Committee. A couple things I do want to kind of point out is that we review and provide feedback on the Parks and Recreation and Senior Services long-range plans for the development of programs and services for the community. We also review and provide feedback on issues related to the Broadlands Golf Course and any cemetery in the city and county of Broomfield. We also possess and exercise the duties and authority of the local Noxious Weed Advisory Board as provided by the Colorado Noxious Weed Act. I have to admit, when I joined the committee almost 10 years ago, that was not something that was on my radar of what I'd be involved with for the Parks and Recs. Next slide. This is a list of some of the facilities and infrastructure and programming that we provide as a city to our community, ranging from the Paul Durder Rec Center and the Broomfield Community Center, the Norm Smith Service Center, which is where the maintenance team is based out of. We have the skate parks, the cemeteries, the bay, miles and miles of concrete and soft trails. We also provide congregant and Meals on Wheels programs for our seniors, and then provide youth, teen, adult, and senior programming. Next slide. A few fun facts for you. The ones that kind of stood out for me when Clay and I were talking about this were that there are 16 acres of available outdoor active living for every 1,000 citizens. And I think that's pretty impressive and something that the city and county should be proud of. From a senior services side of it, they recently celebrated the 103rd birthday of a community member who is integral and active in the senior services programming, utilizing multiple services that are provided, including Easy Ride transportation, the lunches, participating in drop-in activities, and the trips and tours program. Next slide. Some of the recent projects that we've been involved in as a committee include the Open Space, Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Program that was done in conjunction with the Open Space Committee. The Anthem Community Park Phase 2, Playment Replacement, which is ongoing. We have Public Land Dedication Ordinance, the PRDC faux wall pool in the pool, and then the Midway Park Master Plan that was completed just over a year ago. Next slide. This is a list of some of the future and current projects that we are advising and being involved in, including the Bronco Park rework, the Norm Smith Service Center remodel, which again is where the maintenance crew is based out of. The Bay, the Phase 4, that is currently undergoing, being worked right now. And the Parks Code ordinance revisions, to update some of the language, that dates back to the 1970s. So in need of, revision to bring it into a modern parlance. Next slide. Some of the special events that the committee helps provide guidance with includes the Brouhaha, the Great American Picnic and Broomfield Days, the Jingle Bell Holiday Market, which is coming up, I believe, soon, and Talking to Santa. Next slide. Any questions?
We'll find out. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
the update. Any of my council colleagues have any questions for Parks, Rec, Senior Services, Noxious Weeds? Councilmember Lim.
Recently had a resident inquiry about rental of facilities. So the resident was saying that, well, this was the framework that the resident presented. Pre-COVID, facilities were less expensive to rent for local groups. This person in particular was interested in a Girl Scout group. And post-COVID, that was the framework, the facility rental is more expensive and less accessible for Broomfield community groups which have a low budget. Could you address that?
I'll defer to Clay on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. I guess I'd need a little bit more information on what facilities they're talking about. As we were coming out of COVID and we were doing the renovation of the Broomfield Community Center, we did change some of our policies related to room rentals within the Broomfield Community Center and the Paul Durda Recreation Center. We were no longer giving the for free, which was what was happening for years and years and years before we made that adjustment. But for other facilities, again, I would need to know a little bit more specific so I could dive into that a little bit deeper.
Okay, thank you. I'll refer the resident for further information.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation tonight. Thank you, Stacy, for your service to the Parks Recreation. I was going to say PRAC board, but I know that there's a whole lot of other words been added since then. But it's great to hear all the great work that you all are doing. One of the concerns that we heard with the Bay renovation was going to be the disturbance to the neighborhoods with the trucks going through. Do we have any information on kind of any complaints that we've gotten, how that work is continuing, and what we anticipate the rest of the project will look like?
Are you deferring to me?
I'm
again?
deferring to
No,
you on
okay.
that one too.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf. So that is being run through our community or our capital improvement projects team. I will say though, I was not at the meeting today, but in the past meetings that I've been at, we're hearing very limited complaints. They're still doing a really good job with the outreach, the construction company and the CIP program manager, and going out and have meetings or dealing with individual concerns as they come up. But I believe, look to Katie a little bit if she knows, but I believe it's been minimal, the amount of feedback that we've had since the project has begun. So
That's great to hear. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one quick question. I wonder if you could give us an update on the Bike Pump Park and Anthem Park and what its status is.
So the pump track is open. The pump track has been open since we built it. What we recently did or completed was the phase 3 around it where the parking lot came in, the pavilions, those times. So it is up, it's operational. It is open. The single track is open that's behind it. The connection and the trail that goes underneath the pedestrian bridge is up and connected as well. So it's functioning to its capacity at this point in time.
Terrific. Glad to hear it. And one little note, your factoid about 16 acres for 1,000 caught my attention. So I did a quick Google search. What I could find real quickly was the national average is 6.9 acres per 1,000. So if we're at 16 acres, we're doing quite well. So thank you for that.
Wonderful. Any other questions, comments, feedback from council? Well, I do want to thank you for your service too, Stacy. You've been around longer than me. And so we appreciate your dedication and your service. I also want to give you props on the Gooserator social media education, because I was one of those people. I was like, what is that? Somebody's got like a remote controlled something on the golf course. So that was good to get that out there so people know that it's ours and that it's meant to be there.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, y'all. Okay, next item is an update regarding Broomfield's retail marijuana implementation program plan and opioid regional council 2-year action plan. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you. Mayor, we're going to go out of order a little. Is that your intent to go over the police building, Mayor? Come
Did I
back to
skip
the police
that?
building?
I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
Our next item on the agenda is an update regarding the police building concept plan and a status update. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin that discussion.
Thank you. Chief Hempelman is going to walk us through, and you can see the other members of the team are here to field questions and also fill in any gaps. Chief Hempelman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to be up here tonight and not skipping me. A lot of work has gone into this one. So I'm Anea Hempelman, your Chief of Police. Also tonight, presenting is Ms. Katie Allen, our Co-Director of Community Development, Jenna McKelly, Anderson Mason Dale Architects, and also James Taylor, who's also with the same architect company. And they will be coming up here shortly. Next slide, please. So thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. So I'm going to share a little bit of some of the space needs that we have at the Police Department. Our current building opened in December 2001, and the PD portion in square feet of that is 35,424 square feet. Currently, we also have the other half of the building that's shared with the courts. We have approximately 207 employees in that current building. That's not accounting for our detention center building at all. So 207 in the current space. We have 2 small substations, one at Flatiron Crossing Mall, which is used by our FSU officers. And we also utilize that space for our SET team, which is not ideal, as I've shared a lot about our SET team and the intel and the type of work that they do, very closely working with our detectives. Special enforcement team, I should clarify, not use my police jargon. So they're the ones that work with special, get the crime analysis and get the information they need, and then they work with our detectives to be proactive. So they're out of our current mall substation. We also have a single room with a bathroom in the Anthem neighborhood, and it's accessed by Anthem, so it's not secure. It's really literally just a desk space in a bathroom. So not ideal, as I would say. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the photo on your left here. It's a patrol sergeant office. It was originally built for 6 sergeants to be able to be in that room. In the last year, we've added 6 sergeants and had to separate the other 6 sergeants. The issue with that a lot of times is that we can have 2 sergeants working on the same, for example, on a night shift. They're in 2 separate areas of the police building while working the same shift. We also had to reconfigure space and move some positions outside of the police department, specifically code enforcement, B Corps, and some of the administrative sergeant responsibilities. I'll get more into that in the next slide. But the right photo shows the inadequate storage space. That's our storage space in patrol. This is pretty much a lot of how our storage spaces look. This picture specifically shows daily equipment, everything from evidence boxes, forms, pens, paper, a staff refrigerator, a microwave where we do use that to warm up our food, dry cleaning. It's literally storage, as you can see, all the way up to the ceiling. It's become a multitude of anything that we may need to put in there. We don't currently have like a central location, for example, any of our technological equipment, body-worn cameras, drones, tasers. They're scattered through our police building wherever we can find space for that type of equipment. Also, I've shared that we created a new wellness officer position. That officer right now is housed in a small cubicle in the chief's office only because we didn't have a place to put that position. Also, speaking of our wellness officer, because we recognize the confidentiality issues with that position, the privacy needs, we're talking a lot about mental health and everything that goes with that type of position. We are going to relocate a current conference room, an operations conference room, and make that into our wellness officer position here. And our hope is to do that in the next month or two. So our facilities, shout out to our facilities team, because they're on speed dial for us. Our roll call room, which is where we begin our patrol shifts on any given shift. This is where officers begin their shift and then they get briefed on what occurred on the previous prior shifts. So at minimum, this room is used 3 times a day for that purpose. And that's also utilized for random meetings and any other conference room needs or space needs. I think the inadequate space needs are critical for us, specifically when I talk about evidence storage, maintaining proper chain of custody. Here's perspective of some of the off-site locations that we currently have our evidence. The police building has just under 20,000 pieces of evidence. Our basement has about 2,000 and some pieces of evidence. Public Works we're grateful to Public Works because they provided us some of their space when they built their new building. And we have over 9,300 pieces of items in the Public Works facility. So as they expand and grow, we're going to have to remove those items from their area. We also have evidence in our detention center. So this is quite a dilemma for us, as it's critical of accounting for every single piece of evidence. I will share when I say that every single piece of evidence is accounted for every single year, and we do account for them one by one, sometimes manually. Parking is quite the issue. It's inadequate as we add fleet vehicles. This pushes the space for personal vehicles to the city side parking, taking away spots for the community to park. Our officers, a lot of times you'll see them lugging equipment from their personal cars to the police department and then to their police vehicles due to not having enough parking spots. The Bearcat, our SWAT vehicle, I know you've all seen that. It has ballistic glass and it's made of material that should be in a climate controlled area. Yet it sits outside and it's covered with a tarp. And in this last CIP process, we added a mobile command post, very expensive piece of equipment that'll be called out and will be sent to us on critical incidents. That piece of equipment will be coming next year. We also do not have a place to put that in a secure climate controlled area. Our Sally Port has become a multifunctional space where PD patrol bicycles, motorcycles, animal control equipment are stored. And then when vehicle evidence is needed to process a vehicle, then that area becomes off limits and everything that's in there then gets pushed elsewhere so that the Sally Port is considered a secure temporary area. We also use that same Sally Port area to transport detainees in and out of investigations, which really does compromise the security and safety of the building and really should have its own dedicated entrance and exit, and we do not have that. Next slide, please. So our locker rooms currently are at capacity. We've asked all of command staff as well as other employees to change elsewhere and not utilize the locker room so that we can give those areas to our newer officers. Our chief's office doesn't have a waiting area or any other spaces. We've crammed several little cubicles within the chief's office just for wherever we can have the space. We converted a closet into an office for one of our deputy chiefs. And then currently our conference room is too small, even for our weekly command staff meetings. That top left photo there, it's our major case room. It's too small for what we currently need. It holds about 14 people comfortably around that table, which is tight if you start having laptops and that kind of stuff. It's also a dual space for emergency operations center. So when we have a critical incident, an emergency incident, which may involve everyone from the fire department, public works, emergency management, and then police personnel due to a CCOB emergency, we definitely can't use that space. And on top of that, we have it as a dual space. So it either has to be the EOC at that time or the major case room. And currently we utilize it for a major case room first, being the priority. Most of our conference rooms are too small for daily or weekly meetings. It really is difficult to find space even when someone wants to meet with someone one-on-one within our police building. The investigations division, we've already lessened the detective workspace is very, very small, and they are out of room. We can't add to the investigations area. That bottom left photo is a computer forensic room, which legally has to have a secure door specific to internet crimes against children to include sex assaults. This room requires a climate-controlled space, and really because all that technology that's in there gets very, very warm. And as you can see from that picture, it has to be private, and we think comfortably 2 people can be in there at any given time. So only 2 detectives could work out of that space at any given time. That right photo there is our victim services space, which is difficult to appropriately care for people, especially in their moment of vulnerability or during a crisis. Our VAs, victim advocates, our victims, families, and at the same time in there is very, very small. As you can see from the photo, we had to remodel this area. Sadly, we had to make that area smaller because we had to expand when we remodeled the detective investigations area, when we added detectives last year, when we had an increase in cases. So we increased detective positions, and this is one of the areas that became smaller. So I think those photos, this is really the theme throughout the organization, but I really tried to show some of the areas that are really critical to really function with what we have. As I mentioned, we currently use CCOB space at the city building, but we can't store any police equipment. We can't really leave any confidential information out and about. It's a shared area with our city employees as well. The groups that I mentioned previously that we rehoused is our B Corps right now works out of the city building. Code enforcement works out of the city building. The administrative sergeant, fleet maintenance, the civil oversight programs all work out of the city building. And when I say city building, I mean here in this building. And then as I mentioned, our special enforcement team is out at the mall. So definitely not ideal. When we look at the relationship building, especially when you look at B Corps and that relationship that we really need to have work well with our patrol officers who are responding, it's really hard when they're in a whole different building and they now are part of our city staff. So that's the type of stuff that does affect how we respond and how we're doing the relationship building. So I try to kind of create, just at least show you some of the space, the real tight space needs, but I've always welcomed anyone who wanted to come see it. I'd be happy to share it. Just yesterday, I had a young man from the Boy Scouts who came by to meet a police officer and drop off popcorn. And his dad asked if he can look at the tour and at the police department get a tour because he'd heard about the space needs. And I walked him through the building and showed him. And he's also part of Rotary. He's the president of Rotary. And he said, you've mentioned this before, but to see this is amazing. So I do welcome that to our community. So when I look at future staffing and the critical needs that's going to be occurring here in Broomfield, I look at the population increase that's coming in Broomfield. We really do try to maintain that 1.7 officer ratio to 1,000 people in the community. And when we look at how we increase our sworn positions to that, it also means an increase in supervision, sergeants and command, and making sure that our span of control is not too much for us to manage. And then, of course, the support staff that comes with making sure that our officers are able to do what they need to do. As you know, this year with the budget presentation, I really tried to look at making sure that the future position in 2025 are the support staff. All those positions that you approved were really to support the police officers so they can focus on preventing crime and being proactive, and then allowing the support staff to do the other things. So that was a lot of our ask, and that really means that more space needs, right? No one in the police department works from home. So can you imagine that though? That would be quite creative. So we have to have the desk space. So that's really the big concern for us at the police department. When we even look at dispatch increasing, we added dispatchers, that's additional consoles so that we can have more dispatchers on duty at the same time answering 911 calls and being able to dispatch, and that's more space needs. So as we grow and continue to expand the personnel that work within the police department, we're really breaking, it's just so tight within our department. So I try to bring up some of the positions and also, some of the space needs that we have. Again, there's much more I can talk on, but I won't go on and on. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this topic because it's very something that I'm passionate about. Is I think the mental health of our officers and having a warm and comfortable place to go to is critical. And I want to thank you for allowing me to do that. So I think Ms. Katie Allen, I think you're up next for the next slides.
Good evening, Katie Allen, Co-Director of Community Development. So in response largely to the police department space needs, in 2022, we hired an architect to do a space utilization and needs report for the police building, as well as for the courts half of the building and for this building, the George DeCero building. As a result of that report, they recommended a new standalone police building to be located where the current solar panel array is, shown in the upper left corner of this drawing. And then ultimately, they suggested that the courts expand into the top floor of the existing police building, and then the first floor of the police building would be used for overflow departments from this building, such as IT, for instance. With that information, we did a specific request for proposals to architecture firms that specialize in public safety for the police building, and that was back in March. The review group, the review panel, selected Anderson Mason Dale, or AMD Architects, to be our architect for this project, and we contracted with them for the first phase, which really was a siting study or a site verification, and they were asked to look within this horseshoe bound by DeCombs Drive, Spader Way, and East 3rd Avenue. But to look at all the vacant space, including parking lots, to see if really that solar panel area is the best spot. They were also asked to do a conceptual layout, so that would look at where the parking is, the orientation of the building, generally the footprint, the access locations, the number of stories, and things like that. And of course, they needed to keep in mind certain site constraints. So where that orange line passes diagonally through that drawing, that's where we have some very difficult to relocate utilities, such as sanitary and storm. We have a detention pond in the upper right corner where that blue area is. And of course, we have our current buildings that have to stay in operation. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our architects, and James Taylor will start off going through this phase 1 work effort. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, thank you. My name is James Taylor. I'm with Anderson Mason Dale Architects. I'm a principal there. I am in charge of our public safety studio there, so I work on a lot of police stations, sheriff's offices, courts facilities. We also work with a specialist out of Phoenix, Arizona, Jim McLaren with MWL, who also supports the same sort of work. So we've seen a lot of existing facilities in our work that your first responders and wonderful public servants are working out of today. It is really tough to follow your chief's lead. She did an incredible job of talking about need. Next slide, please. I do want to, we'll come back to this slide. I'm going to jump around to that next slide. One more. Kind of, it says police fundamentals, if you don't mind. I just wanted to add a little bit of nuance of why we, in our professional experience and opinion, feel that there is a very significant need for a new purpose-built police station for the city and county of Broomfield. Number one is accessibility. We talk a lot about accessibility being the ADA, which is Americans with Disabilities Act, which is applicable here because there are plenty of conditions in the existing facility that do not meet current accessibility codes. But I also talk about accessibility relative to public safety is we want these facilities to feel accessible to their public and their constituents. I know personally they tried to do a very good job at the police station in doing so, but the facility can help facilitate, sorry, those are double words there, can help with that activity and start to have an outward facing component and feel more engaged with that community. One of the things we like to include that is really missing in this facility is a community room, something a little bit like this, where they can start, the police can bring people in, maybe it's the softball team or the Girl Scouts or something to start to bring people in and make them feel safer, more welcome within their community and being part of the police community as well. That also ties into the secure lobby. I don't know if you've been over there today. The secure lobby is It's about the size of where Jenna and I are standing today. Your chief mentioned evidence storage and processing. The last thing anybody wants to do is lose a case in court because of chain of custody or something because of the facility is too small. They do a fantastic job, as your chief said, maintaining the chain of custody and accounting and auditing all that every year, but they need a purpose-built storage facility for modern evidence storage. Fitness and wellness, again, Chief talked quite a bit about the wellness component, but just having the ability to work out or talk to a counselor, excuse me. I guess they could talk to you as well, but to have that ability to have fitness and activity within their facility that supports and reduces stress like that. The 911 and communication center that is currently housed needs to be built to a much higher standard than what we normally see in typical construction, something called NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, level 1225. So current, your first responders are over there, and we need a facility to support the 911 communication center that's a little bit better than what they have over there. That also leads me to talk about the facility itself needs a safety factor built in so that the structure would be stronger and more stable in the event of a lateral or wind event or a heavy snow event. So a new facility would offer that. They currently do not have that. Parking, I think, was mentioned as well. So we really want to make sure we have enough parking, not only for their employees, we want to keep them behind a fence so that reduce vandalism and other threats like that, but also to protect very expensive fleet of vehicles that we just learned about in a growing fleet. And finally, when we complete this study and propose something to the council here and to them, we're going to include something that has growth factor built into it. So this current facility has lasted roughly 20, 25 years. It's really past its usable life or right there. So we would design a facility that would also include another 20 to 25 years worth of growth. Next slide, and then I'll go back a couple here. You've seen this packet. You've heard that the existing facility, the half of the building they're working out of is roughly 35,000 square feet. If we were to take the program that they have today, the program is just the bean counting of people and spaces, and put them in a properly sized, modern, and current facility today, it would be twice as big. So those photos you just saw are really true. And if you've done any tours over there, they're working in half the space they need. So if we just took their today's needs and put them in a new facility, 70 to 75,000 square feet facility, we're again anticipating about a 20 to 25 year growth, and that would increase it to between 82 and 87,000 square feet. A lot of that growth is in officer count. So that's more cars and lockers, not necessarily offices. That's why that number doesn't jump that much further up. But definitely in our experience, they're in about half the facility they need. We can answer questions later. And then if you want to go back 2 slides, I'm sorry. We'll go back to the siting studies, and I'll turn this over to my colleague, Jenna McKaylee. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. As Katie mentioned, we took a broad canvas of all of the city and county property that were available within the boundaries. And after a wide canvassing and drawing, we did ultimately determine that that northwest corner at 3rd and Discombs was the proper site for this facility. It has quite a few goals that were met: maximizing secure parking, connecting that secure parking that's behind the courts building, and then minimizing quite a few easements and existing utilities as well. So it seemed not only to benefit the program, but also as a more economical siting choice. So if we can go forward 3 slides, that would be great. So this is an illustrative site plan of the proposed building. You can see Discombs on the left and 3rd Avenue on the top of the page, so north is up. And what we're proposing is a 2-story building that is situated at that northwest corner of the site. Its siting is very much intentional, that by putting the building at the northwest, it helps shield all that secure parking from the public view. It also allows that secure parking to be contiguous back to the courts side of the secure parking. That continuity was really beneficial to maximizing the amount of secure parking spaces we could have. And it also lends itself to have 2 vehicular entries and exits from that combined secure parking lot, which is certainly a critical component of modern public safety facilities. The siting also provides a small public parking area that's just south of the PD building, and the secure perimeter, which is illustrated with this red dash line. So the real goal is to really protect the safety and security of our very deserving police members. Next slide, please. A few highlights here. So I mentioned the secure perimeter that is so critical. Also exploring providing a PV canopy over several of the fleet vehicles, really helping us meet some of the sustainability goals of the project. And then trying to create public plaza spaces that are really tailored to public coming into the building as well as officers coming into the building. Having a distinct entry and location for this PD facility compared to the other buildings on your campus was a real driving factor here as well. Next, please. So a tabulation of the parking that we're gaining here. As I mentioned, we have a small gain in the public parking from all of our traffic studies. The public parking is quite well served by what you have, but there's certainly a dire need on the secure parking side, not only to meet today's need, but also for that future growth. And so with this proposal, we're gaining a little over 100 secure parking spaces. That would be serving the fleet vehicles as well as officer personal vehicles. And then there's a slight reconfiguring of the city fleet parking that's just to the west of the building that we're in today. We're reconfiguring that space to allow improved access for deliveries to this building. It also kind of right sizes some parking spaces and allows a more economical use of the space. Next slide. This is like an aerial view. So imagine if we were in a drone right above this room looking towards the northwest. The building is still in a very much conceptual level, but you can see this 2-story building at the northwest corner and how that building shields the secure parking lot. Those kind of floating items with the number 7 on them are the PV canopy over the fleet vehicles. They're oriented in a way that minimizes a lot of shadow onto the drive aisles and really gives us the best usage of the PV canopies. And then we're trying to explore ways to articulate the building that helps, just kind of step the building down on the public side so that this 2-story building doesn't feel as tall as it may be. But then provide elements that, whether it's a stair tower or a big canopy still to be explored, but are just these offerings to the public that are these beacons of what this place can mean for your community. The building is quite compact in its footprint. We're trying to be as efficient as we can with the square footage that the program has. Also, by creating a compact footprint, we're getting some more operational efficiency internally to the circulation of the building. And from a sustainability standpoint, anytime we can make a more compact footprint, we're getting less building envelope, less area to heat and cool, and just sets us up for success before we even inlay more advanced mechanical systems. We're also planning on several outdoor spaces on the secure side. So whether that's an outdoor plaza or perhaps something on the 2nd level, providing another opportunity for wellness spaces that support the officers. And then also considering screen mechanical areas so that this building has a nice public presence as well, especially along 3rd Avenue. Next slide, please. Some very diagrammatic high-level floor plans. As I mentioned, this is a 2-story building. This is a diagram of level 1. On the west side, we have at the southern end, the public lobby, as well as a community room. This lobby would be much more welcoming and opening than I think we currently experience, and just having a little bit more square footage to work with, allowing rooms for report writing and fingerprinting to occur right there, and a really evident secure line that protects the police officers beyond. That public lobby being able to be secured off with a community room within it would allow that to be used for a variety of occasions outside of the policing services. And then that bar that's in blue is a lot of the departments. Those stack on 2 levels. So a lot of the officing functions, conference rooms, supporting spaces of that nature. That center kind of gasket area is a lot of the shared supporting spaces and larger conference rooms, but some of the building systems as well as vertical circulation. And then the more eastern bar is kind of all the funky utilitarian stuff, vehicle bays, a lot of the storage and equipment for tactics, the evidence facility, and the crime lab. So that is on level 1. And the goal with that element being on the east or inboard to the site is all the doors that go into those spaces are kind of shielded from the public view. Next slide. On level 2, right above the evidence area is a big area that supports all the locker functions and fitness functions. We have another major case or critical incident room up on level 2. Certainly providing much more space for wellness and break rooms. They're kind of the heart of the building. And at the northwest corner is the communications suite or the 911 call center. And then again, on the west is more departments stacking on level 2. And then the element that's kind of a hatched pattern down at the very south is the lobby, which is meant to be kind of a 1.5 story space. So trying to just be really conscious about being a good neighbor and trying to lower this building where we can, especially as the public approaches from the south. Next slide, please.
Jenna gets pictures, I get the cost.
You did
Part-
rock, paper, scissors.
We did before we got in. Part of our process in this first phase of work was to develop what they call a concept design and a concept narrative that we sent to a third-party cost estimator in order to provide some budgetary pricing. We also have, between all of our work and some relationships we have with contractors on the Front Range, we have a variety of cost metrics for other projects of similar building types. The numbers you see up here on the screen have been adjusted to match the same year of construction that this new project would be. So even though Windsor Police has been completed for several years, that number has been escalated to be equalized for the Broomfield Police Department. The average here is about $856 a square foot, which sounds like a very big number, but that's just slightly less than the national average for this type of project type. And next slide, please. A little bit hard to see from the public here, but we are trending right there at about $851 a square foot. So right at that national or the average that I had with those benchmarks on the previous slide. And these again are just construction costs, including the building and the site. So we do feel that it sounds like a big number, but it's highly justified. It's certainly efficient, as Jenna McHaley was just talking about, trying to reduce all the envelope and be as compact as we can. We validated the previous architect's work from that program, the bean counting of spaces and people. We came up, we did our own independent program analysis as part of our phase 1 and came up with a very similar number. So you have 2 expert opinions that suggest that the number, that the growth of this facility is where it should be. And I think that's all I have there from that standpoint, if you want to go to the next slide. And then just finally on the schedule point, we're ending ending 2024 in a really good place, setting the city and the county up for traditional design services for schematic design, design development, and construction documents, basically taking it from where you saw with Jenna to the blueprints. I believe at some point there'll be some construction manager or general contractors coming on board at some point as well, pending some different decisions. Really, it will take about a year to get all of that sorted out, to draw and design and to permit this project. About this time next year, we should have some drawings ready for permitting, and construction would begin sometime Q1, Q2 of 2026. A project of this scale might take anywhere between 16 and 20 months, depending on what our contractor would say. That's usually not my forte, but that's what we'll see. It's certainly less than 2 years and a little bit more than 1. And I believe the next slide, that might be it. The next, oh, that's Katie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if directed to proceed, the next step would be to request a detailed scope of services for the design of the building from AMD. And we would bring that for council approval. Our target would be February 2025. And we would get going on design. As we do with buildings, generally, we would partner with a contractor sooner than later through the construction manager general contractor process. That allows them to start reviewing the drawings and putting real dollars to those drawings to make sure we're on track and on budget. That pre-construction agreement, if it exceeds 200,000, and it doesn't always, if it does, we would anticipate bringing that to council in April or May 2025. And then soon after, once they did, the schematic design is done, which is really the next level of design, and we have those cost estimates. I think we would bring it back to council just as a project update, so you could see that. And then in early 2026, I'm speaking for our finance director, the general obligation bond would be for, I believe, 90% of the construction cost, and that would be in early 2026. Next slide. So we didn't talk about the rest of the existing PD and Courts building other than I touched on what the consultant recommended. And so that would be to expand the courts on that top level, and on the first floor, remodel it for other city and county departments. That is not included in the schedule or the costs or anything that you just saw. So what I would anticipate is that we would submit a CIP request for the 2026 budget year to start design on that. And obviously we can't construct anything until the police department has moved out. So we would be really looking at construction funding in 2028. And the numbers I put up there they're very preliminary. I took them from the 2022 space needs and utilization report and inflated them to those years. So that's the basis for those costs. And that concludes our presentation. Of course, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allen. We'll go to council member questions now. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for your presentation. Quite a few of my questions were answered during the presentation, especially right at the end. Could you answer, which I'm sure some people have asked, the rationale versus just expanding the existing building and a totally new building?
I can take a shot at that one. Thank you. The question about expansion versus new. For one, the new codes require a certain level of redundancy and resiliency and the safety factors built in that the existing the building doesn't have. So we would probably have to go back. We haven't done that analysis, but we would conduct a seismic analysis and a structural analysis of the existing facility. And if it was completed somewhere in the early or the late 90s, early 2000s, it probably doesn't meet current code. So we would have to go and retrofit a lot of the structural systems, certainly renovate or remove all of the electrical and mechanical systems. We tend to spend at least 75% of our costs just bringing an existing facility back up to current code. But it is something we look at quite a bit, Councilmember, relative to this, because reusing existing buildings is one of our most environmentally friendly things to do. But a lot of times with public safety, building new in a cost-effective fashion is actually going to be just as affordable and perhaps better long-term, because now you have an additional 25 years tacked on to that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So is the new building that will be designing, one, you mentioned you're building capacity for 20, 25 years. I was wondering, one, what is the population estimate that you're using for that extra space?
125, thank you. That's call a friend back here. But we had a couple different numbers, or phone a friend, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
125.
And when we reach that number, is this design going to include plans that it can be easily expanded at that point in time? Should there be a need for more?
I think you're going to run out of site. crystal ball, which is really tough when you're being recorded. But I think at some point when you expand to that size, what's going to happen is you're going to find substations. The other thing is where your density is growing. If it's over by Flatirons Mall or something like that, I would expect that this facility would be the general headquarters, and you would start to, when your population of a city or a county or a town becomes big enough, you start to have multiple substations of police. That's probably where your growth would occur.
For the long-term plan for this facility is it would last way beyond 25 years.
Absolutely.
And that the other expansion would be outside of it.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And I had just one other question that I just noted, but it wasn't on your slide and piqued a question in my mind. When I looked at the memo that you provided, it showed, I know this is a very rough schematic of the locker rooms representing the difference. I assume, I don't know what the percentage is, that we have maybe 15% female officers. Is that the right proportion? Because I noticed the locker facilities seem to reflect that. I'm going somewhere with that, but I just have a question.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
I'll let your chief talk about the ratios. We have, and we can bring some designs and some ideas, some concepts to you, ways to allow that to flex as the gender numbers flex, and hopefully they do. I think we're all hoping for that. There's ways to have movable walls, and those sorts of things. So we're very aware and conscious that as of now, there's usually a lot more male officers than female officers. So there's a bigger locker room. And what happens is you run out of room in the male locker room, the old facilities, and you have too many in the female. So we have a handful of strategies, modern strategies, to allow for us to see growth without.
Okay. That's where I was looking, because I was wondering if we were taking into account that we will probably have a higher proportion of female officers in the future. There is an initiative nationwide called 30 by 30 that's aiming to get female police officers up to 30% of the force by 2030. And so I just wonder if that was part of the planning.
Absolutely. And we commend you and any department, I think, in doing that. It's fantastic.
All right. Thank you. That's all for now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshall Schultz.
Mayor, well, Councilmember Cohen asked my question on future-proofing the size of the building. So my other question is, and maybe this is for our staff, the cost that I'm seeing, does that include the cost of outfitting and furnishing the new facility?
It does not include fixtures, furniture, and equipment, or things like water licenses. I think when we get to schematic design and we have hard numbers, that's when we'll be able to dial in those costs.
Do we have any estimate at right now of what that is likely to be?
I would say less than 2 million.
Oh, okay. That sounds, honestly, that sounds low for the site building that size.
So we're not committing to that number?
Fair.
We don't know what we don't know.
And I guess my larger question is, are we planning on, if it's a significant amount of money, are we planning on including that in a bond issuance for the equipment and all that kind of things, or is the bond just going to be the construction?
I think we'll have a lot better numbers in the spring of 2025 to
Fair
get all
enough,
that
yeah.
dialed in. This is pretty high level.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I think this is a much needed expansion that we have to do, and we have to do it. So I fully support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
When we first started talking about this building, we were talking about a police and courts building. So, I mean, we dedicated part of the property tax money for that. So, and I understand your analysis, but I was not seeing in the memo that one of the stakeholders, like the judge and the courts, were consulted at all in this proposal. Have you, I mean, if the judge and the courts were expecting to have some kind of renovated facility before 2030, I mean, it's not going to happen. So was there a conversation about that?
Councilmember Lim, so the courts were included in the 2022 space utilization study that was finalized in 2023. That's why you'll see it as both years in the memo. And the recommendation to expand the courts was what I reviewed, would be to take over the top floor of that building. But to do that, we have to move the police out first. So we are proposing that for 2028.
Okay, I understand that. I also understood that the judge and the courts were in cramped quarters.
Yeah.
So I guess that's my question is, does the judge and the people who work in the courts, do they know that they're not expanding
Today,
in the next couple years?
Katie, I'll take that one.
okay, sorry.
Yes, and would they like to do it at the same time? Yes. Would they like the top and bottom floor? Yes. Would they like additional courtrooms? Yes. It's about the dollars, and the priority is the police building. We're estimating that in order to refurbish, once the PD gets into their building, as Katie said, you have to have a vacated space in order to do anything with it. That's going to be about another $12 million. But to think that we're going to be able to do something, Councilmember Lim, for the courts prior to 2029, 2030, it's just not realistic.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify if there had been any conversation about that with the courts employees. The other fiscal type note in the memo is that the amount that we budgeted in 2025 for the design estimates was, well, somewhat significantly underestimated. So depending on what exactly the design estimates turn out to be, there's some indication that we will throw some of the design costs, what are typically some of the design costs, into the bond issuance. But then there's also, I don't know, it looks like a negative 819,000 some in what would not be in the bond issuance. And would we have to come up with that $819,000 in 2025?
Yeah, well, I'll need to, once we get real numbers for how much it's going to cost to design the building. I just wanted, to be crystal clear that we're typically looking at 10% of the construction costs, and the construction costs were higher than what was in the 2022 report. So we're off a little bit. So we'll have to work with the finance department to fully fund the design, potentially through the construction document phase. But I don't, they haven't gone through their full scoping with their subconsultants to see where we are. But yes, that's correct.
Go ahead, Ms. Hoffman.
When we started this conversation a year ago, when we had the property tax increase, and the discussion was the additional funds that came in from property tax were going to be set aside for the police building. We originally estimated, and that's why the numbers, we've learned that as soon as we throw something out, it's always going to be wrong. So when we anticipated originally that the property tax increase was going to be around $15 to $17 million. By the time we took off the legislative adjustments, it turned out to be $12 million. Of that $12 million, all of those funds didn't come to the general fund because we have those other mill levies. So when you take off the open space and you take off the library and you take off HHS, we right around $8 million. So there's $8 million in that account right now to partially cash fund the bond, so that we're not bonding the 100%, which we always try to have that upfront chunk in order to bring those costs down. We wanted to wait until we could increase the credit scores, if you will, before we took any of those additional steps to do that bonding. We're anticipating that not only will we cash fund for those full bonds, we'll have it's going to be higher than $819,000. It's probably going to be more around 1.5 million for that design, but we're not going to have to go back into the general fund in order to find those dollars. What will happen is it will just come off of that 8 million to cash fund for the bond.
Okay, that's great. That's appreciate that explanation is appreciated. I appreciate the PV panels over the parking, the canopy over the parking to replace the solar array that's getting moved out because of the location of the building. I didn't see, but maybe I missed it in the detailed design document, that there is a line item for the PV canopy. Is that going to be funded somewhere else, or is it in there and I missed it?
I believe it's in the site costs, Commissioner
It's-
Lim.
It's in the site
We can take that and, what's that? Saw it there. Okay, second phone a friend. Yes,
It is there?
it's in the site costs. A lot of times you'll see the parking canopy might be how it's.
Ah, maybe I was looking
Okay.
for PV. Okay. Okay, thanks. Do we, this is not the exact same location, obviously, but will there be any interference between what we hope will be Broomfield Town Square construction and this area of construction?
Sounds like no.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. Those are my questions.
I just keep going. They're doing great.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Anderson.
All right, thank you. The design looks great. The numbers were a little higher than I was thinking, the square footage, and that came as a little bit of a surprise. But I guess my main, you all are the experts. I trust you on the layout, that this is all going to be what we need. But so my real question is around the cost of it, and where I just want a confirmation from our city manager that we feel confident that we are in the right place to go forward with the bonds when the time comes.
So there's a lot to that question as far as confidence. And different people have different takes on, can you afford it? So I'm going to answer the question from where we are paying off. There's a reason that we've stayed focused as a council and as a staff on continuing to reduce debt. So we have not taken on any new debt in the last 5 years. We will, for the first time, be the COP bonds that were taken and then refinanced in 2012. Those will be going away in 2027. So there's a method to exhausting those bonds before we take on anything else, on top of having a higher credit rating. So it's not just the credit rating that is going to be determining when we take out these additional bonds. Can we afford it? The annual bond payment on this amount, Councilmember Anderson, will be around $6 million annually. Being cognizant and planning out, that's why these big ticket items are coming out of the general fund. So the real question is, can you continue to afford it? Can we afford it in 2026? Yes. Do we need to be mindful about every other expenditure out of the general fund for the next 10 years? Yes. So it's, yes, we're confident that we can manage that as long as we remain disciplined with what is coming and what we have going out.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. Okay, so I definitely understand the part about being disciplined. Okay, so I guess what type of feedback we're just looking for the feedback to say, yeah, I mean, I don't think we don't really have a choice. I mean, we need to move forward. I didn't realize we're at 50% of the space we should have. So I would say, yes, we need to move forward in the design phase and remain disciplined. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been on council long enough to know, what previous projects do to impact these future projects that we're in now. So in 2016, we approved the Dillon Road project, which was a needed project at that time. And we went ahead with that. There was caution that if we do that project, there's going to be a future project down the road that we are going to struggle to commit funds to. So $20 million for that Dillon Road project. And here we are looking at a sizable project for the courts and PD. At that same time, 2017, 2018 timeframe, we met with the chief judge for the Judicial District 17. We talked about the court needs at that point, that these were long overdue needs. We were in a pretty crisis situation in terms of needs there in the courts building. And so, looking at this time frame to now 2030 to address those court needs, we're about 15 years, 10 to 15 years beyond that kind of timing within 2017, 2018. So it does give me pause that we aren't going to address some of these needs. But at the same point, that's kind of how some of these things go. It takes about 5 years to get these things rolling. That's also why we can't just continue to we have to be cognizant of the expenses that we have. One of the questions that I had was around the evidence storage. So I know that at one point we've had evidence storage throughout Broomfield or in some public works buildings. Do we still have evidence storage and PD storage within the public works buildings? And is that going to then funnel back here, or are we still going to utilize those spaces?
Our hope is to have it all in one area.
Okay, so we'll be able to utilize those spaces
Yes.
then for public works and other
Yes.
facilities.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to hear. This is, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
With kind of what is coming down the pipeline in terms of our other facility needs, again, being cognizant of that Dillon Road project and the implications that has on future projects, what other major construction or facility needs are going to be required in the next 5 to 10 years that we can anticipate at this point? I mean, we've talked a lot about library services, but what other kind of major facility needs are going to occur within the next 5 to 10 years that we are going to need to cover?
I'm not being coy or hesitant with the answer. It is for all of the impact that COVID caused. One of the things that it did show was the opportunity and availability to work remotely. Had we not had that to really drive forward on what that capability looked like, Mayor Pro Tem, we would be in a vastly different place. But there's only so much tweaking and doubling up and workspace that you have. So council approved about $500,000, if you all remember, last year for us to do the study to be able to say, and to Councilmember Marsh-Holshen's point, doing the study and creating the capacity, while expensive, it's really the facilities, it's the desks, it's the monitors, it's the that are exponentially expensive. So one thing is space and another thing is filling it up. We've repurposed the HHS building as much as we possibly can. So Human Resources is now there. So the big facility needs as we increase with staff, when we're looking at estimating at 125,000 build out, and you can't always go up. You can only go out. So we don't have any additional space from a campus style perspective that is around us right now. So it really is the substation, to borrow a PD term, on what that additional facilities would look like, whether it be up north, not just for PD, but for library, for recreation, for substations that wouldn't be open Monday through Friday, but perhaps they would shift. So, for example, motor vehicle. I shouldn't even say this because now everybody's going to expect us to be doing a motor vehicle. So I'm not going to use that one. A department that may be servicing community members, whether it be south or north, and then having that shared space. So we're becoming accustomed and much more, not just mobile, but that service delivery is looking vastly different. We anticipate it continuing to look different 5 years from now. So again, that planning out, our big ticket items again are everything having to do with public works. So those dollars are going to be substantial when we're talking about the wastewater treatment facility, when we're talking about the northern water tanks. A police building it's a huge commitment for us. But redoing HHS and or library expansion, we're coming on Thursday for a conversation about what does that look like from our community's perspective. Sharing those costs. And that in and of itself answers part of your question of what does that look like? How do we pay for that? And if there's no money, you don't pay for it. So it drives you to be more creative with the space that you have. And we love having B Corps. And we're going to hate to give them up as I look back in the back of the room. So we've been extraordinarily creative under stressful situations to utilize every single square foot that we have.
Thanks for that. And you had mentioned the public works and especially around water and sewer, the amount of facility needs that are going to be coming up. Those are coming out of enterprise funds and not out of the general fund. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So with the debt that we have taken out for Windy Gap, you had mentioned that we haven't taken any debt out in the last 5 years, but we have taken debt out for Windy Gap. That is not within that statement though, right? That would be separate debt.
That's enterprise fund.
Enterprise fund debt, as opposed to general fund, which we haven't done in the last 5 years.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thanks. And with our last question I have is around our bond policy. So the anticipation of these funds that are needed for both the PD as well as the courts, this would fall in line with that bond policy, or are we gonna be coming close to kind of what those limits are?
We are not. Again, so we are going to be retiring in 2027 the COP debt, and then we are on track to pay off the First Bank Center debt, and that will be in 2030. So again, it's the cadence that you don't want to bump up, and council has provided clear indication, and staff has followed that we don't even want to walk up to the precipice of being close to not meeting that. It doesn't serve any of us well. So we will be within capacity. We will be following that the bond debt policy, particularly as we look to paying off in 2027 and 2030.
All right. Thank you all for your work on this. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Let's try to unmute myself. Hey folks, hello from Quebec City. I just have one question. And obviously, you know, some of this might have been already answered, and I apologize for repeating myself, but this is either to the chief or to Ms. Allen. What would be the let's just say the doomsday scenario that we don't we kick this down the bucket, we don't pass this now, we don't give direction. How would this affect Broomfield's police department, its personnel? what would be the worst case scenario? Like, I know you mentioned a little bit briefly about how this was essentially, like, we'll do what we can with the resources we have, but clearly something needs to be done. And I appreciate you going over the cost effectiveness compared to other justice centers. So what would happen if we did not give or staff direction that we approve and support this?
Well, boy, I have to think about that. I can tell you the service is not going to change because we really do have high standards. So I want to advise that part. That's because that's the most critical. We're making do and we're squeezing and squeezing. I don't know, Ms. Hoffman, maybe you can help me on this one.
We have a growing population. Our crime rate is one of the, if not the lowest in the metro area, and there's a reason for that. So the thought of not hiring another individual, Councilmember Lim, Councilmember Nguyen, there is no more space, none. So the fact that they're triple bunked, for lack of a better term, right now creates safety issues. On top of our community has not experienced a decrease or impact to the service level that will be forthcoming. And that whole doomsday thing, I just don't, because it just leaves so much open to interpretation of there's got to be another way. But we don't want to get to that. Our officers deserve better. And we want to keep them safe so they can keep our community safe. And this is the way to do it.
Thank you. I think you said it better than I could have. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's the only questions I have. Like my fellow council members have mentioned, I think you guys covered all of the important aspects of this project and how it would benefit Broomfield. So I yield the rest of my time back to the mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. For the solar array that's being taken out to put this new building, with the new photovoltaic cells that are going to be part of the canopy for at least half of the new parking spaces for police equipment, are we having a one-for-one replacement of maybe not necessarily the cells themselves, but at least watt hour generation?
I don't think we have that slide up, but council member, I believe that we would be at least a 1-to-1. There are other alternatives as well. We haven't talked about adding photovoltaic panels to the roof of the new facility too. So if there was a desire from a community to increase the amount of photovoltaic panels, we have additional roof space to do that. Right now, we're using that to cover the fleet. So when you look at just this root square footage, I think we are matching that 1-to-1. Current, modern photovoltaics tend to be a little bit more efficient than what's out there today. So I think we're confident it would be at least 1-to-1.
Okay, that's good to hear. I will speak for me personally. I think more is better in that realm.
Yes.
Other than that, I have no questions. It's a continue as we have been for moving forward with this process. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? Councilmember Cohen?
I just have one question I would follow up on the discussion, and maybe the city manager can answer. If we are 5 years away from the expansion of the courts and we have the same population growth that's driving the police replacement, have we explored options, or are there other spaces within city buildings that could be utilized in the interim, or any other planning in that aspect? I don't know what degree they're up against in the same space issue yet. I haven't heard the judge mention that, but I'm just curious.
There isn't any other space to repurpose. Councilmember Cohen, part of the court function, and I've had this conversation a little bit with the mayor and also with City County Rogers as we are exploring what the case numbers are. And what drives that really is the DA's budget based on those case numbers. So the more we understand the case numbers and the flow of the courthouse, we can help. I think that the biggest rub right now is the jury assembly, where they are busting at the seams. We're fortunate in that we haven't had multiple big cases. We haven't had big murder cases that required a much larger population to be brought in for jury trials. And really the plan B, until we can accommodate a larger room, would be actually in this room. So that's always been the backup plan. We just haven't had to execute on it yet. Quite frankly, we're kind of set up like a courtroom. Obviously, it doesn't feel like that. We don't want it to feel like that. But just from a structural perspective, so it's hard to pick up and find another space for judicial related services. A lot of what they're hoping for and asking for is to kind of return to the 20 years ago, which is co-locating, so that our community members didn't have to go one place for probation, another place for the DAs, another place for victim assistance. And there's no community rooms over there. So really it's more about the court efficacy in those programs versus having trials and hearings. So we'll continue to keep our creative hats on and make some determinations of what an executable plan may look like, including utilizing this room
Okay.
should the need arise.
I suppose along the lines that have they considered the virtual solutions for hearings as well?
They have actually, and that's one of and actually Broomfield was a trendsetter when I was Director of Court Services. We were one of the very first ones that started the virtual arraignments. And we continue to do that, and now it's pretty standard. But when we do build out and do the refurbishments of the PD now, it's going to be a big ticket item because of the electrical, the capacities, all of those virtuals that you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Well, I thank you all so much for doing the deep dive to show us what we're looking at. It looks like it's kind of overdue. And I think you've heard that council is supportive of moving forward. So hopefully we can get it done sooner or later. You guys have endured for a long time and we're very aware of it. So thank you. Help is on the way. You deserve it. And thanks again, y'all. All right, so I'm torn. Should we go into this next one or take our 10-minute recess? Everybody says 10-minute recess. Yay. Okay, so we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at right around 8. Welcome back, everyone. We were on item 2D, update on Broomfield's retail marijuana implementation plan and the Opioids Regional Council 2-year action plan. Our next item is what I just said. Council has a copy of the agenda and memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jason Bolling, Director of Public Health, is here this evening, and I see his fabulous team is here as well to field any additional questions. And Mr. Bolling.
City Council, it's my pleasure to be in front of you and providing an update on our retail marijuana funding that's been collected, but more importantly, the implementation plan that we've put in place. And then also to provide a summary or overview of the opioid settlement funding that we've received and how we've been utilizing those dollars through our 2-year action plan. Couple of things I just want to first of all highlight is this is a very collaborative process. So I'm up here presenting, but we have our amazing public health team that's very actively involved in both of these initiatives. We work very closely with legal, with PD, with human services, and with the courts as we do this work. So I'm presenting on behalf of multiple departments who are doing this. Another thing that I want to really emphasize as I go through the presentation, and hopefully you come to the same conclusions as I'm presenting, is one is the oversight that's in place for these programs and the work that we're doing. And so as I present, I'll highlight those throughout, specifically call those out. The other thing is really working on programs that we know that work and that are ready to go. So those effective programs that are based on data, but also based on impact. Really looking at efficiency. So we know that financial sustainability is a major goal and priority for the city and county of Broomfield. And so as we go through these programs, we're looking at ways we can do them in the most efficient and cost-effective manner. And then lastly, really focusing on that sustainability. So we wanted to be very strategic and thoughtful as we do this, that we're not starting up programs and then having to pull them back. And I'll go into that a little bit later. So next slide. So as council will recall, in November of 2020, voters approved a ballot measure instituting a sales tax on retail marijuana establishments. And we had multiple council sessions and study sessions leading up to that being placed on the ballot. And then even after it was then passed by the voters. The revenues that were received in the ballot language specifically said this must go to health and human services programs and be used for general purposes. But when you go back and look at all of the council meetings and study sessions leading up to it, it was pretty clear that the intent of council was to use these funds to implement mental health and substance use prevention, intervention, and treatment services. And so we've been operating under that guidance throughout the implementation of this effort. Couple of other things that I just want to briefly talk about is this was a new tax, and as we were looking at revenue projections initially, we wanted to make sure that the actual funding that was coming in would be something that we can make good projections with. I've worked at the state level with Amendment 35 dollars, and we were very good at projections, but then the actual revenue came in never met that, and so led to major implications or consequences. So thankfully, our finance department recommended that we go through a process of collecting actual data that's looking at our actual collection of sales tax data over that 2-year period so we could get a much better projection of what this is going to look like. And again, it still may fluctuate, but the one thing that we've seen through this is as we staggered in and brought in more of the retail marijuana establishments, that revenue has gone up. So now we're looking at what's that stabilizing factor with that. Next slide. So this just gives you a sense of how much it fluctuated over that period of time. So in 2022, the actual revenue collected was 32,000. 2023, it went up to 552,000. And then I'm amazed at how accurate our finance department has been on this one, but with 2024, both in Q1, Q2, and Q3, their projections have roughly come out to this 589,000. So we do believe we're getting to a good place of having an accurate projection of the revenues that'll be coming in. Based on where we're at with Q3, we believe in 2025 that 750,000 is what we should project. Still gives us a little bit of a cushion there, which we think is wise, just in case that we see that revenues go down, but we feel very comfortable and confident in that amount. That's the next slide. So as we've developed or have a good grasp and understanding of what our revenues are, we've gone through the process over the past 2 years of really identifying what are those programs that we want to put into place. And you'll recall when we had the study sessions, we talked a lot about the evidence-based programs in our behavioral health improvement plan and what are some areas that would apply potentially to this. So we weren't starting from scratch. And we really, as we did some outreach, heard that we wanted to focus on the full spectrum of prevention, intervention, and then looking really at that linkage with our law enforcement personnel, with our residents, and getting them linked to care. And so as we went through this, we worked very closely with PD, Human Services, those agencies I mentioned before, to say, which of these strategies are not only evidence-based, but which of these strategies are ready to hit the ground and get going? And so what you can see from what's being presented is we want to focus within our prevention programs to continue to fund that prevention interventionist at Broomfield High School. We're finding that's actually been very successful with the touch points that interventionist is having with students. And the way we look at that, the accountability, is we look at the number of students and staff served, and then ultimately the number of referrals that are made out to link people to our students to care. I know there was a question during the budget hearing of have we reached out to the other districts? We have reached out to Adams 12. They do have existing funding in place from Adams County through the opioid settlement dollars to have a wraparound specialist at Legacy High School. But we've reached back out to say, are there additional needs that you might see that we can help support? Specifically, when we're looking at substance use treatment, this is something that comes up quite a bit with our Behavioral Health Coalition and also internally with our departments. What we're finding is those communities or populations that are most impacted are having trouble getting linked up to care. And so we've reached, our plan is to use this funding, $175,000 for that specific gaps we've identified in Broomfield. And some ideas we're exploring with its Clinica Health and Wellness now, they've merged with Mental Health Partners, is to really look at individuals that we're serving through our court system and how do we get that direct link to care. Similarly, our adolescent and LGBTQ population, we know there's challenges of receiving care. And lastly, working with our detention center and B Corps to make sure that there's an avenue that we can get people in for services. And you can see the ways that we plan to monitor that. And lastly, and most importantly, we really wanted to support and beef up the B Corps program, our co-responder program. We think that's one of the most effective interventions we have going in the community. And so the $450,000, as you know, we're pulling some of that in-house is giving us the ability to make it the Broomfield specific approach. And I have Chief Hempelman and others here if you have specific questions on what B Corps is going to look like. So if we could go to the next slide. So that covers what we're planning to do with the retail and marijuana funds. Now I want to go into the opioid settlement funds and how we've been administering those dollars. And as you'll recall, Colorado and local communities entered into a lawsuit, or they joined in a lawsuit against the pharmaceutical companies to recoup those costs that were incurred for the opioid epidemic. And Ms. Gilbert, who's here with us, was very instrumental in those negotiations, but also in negotiating what that ultimate memorandum of understanding would look like of how the funds would be distributed here in Colorado. And as as you look at the amount of funding that Colorado is going to receive, it's a significant amount. So for Colorado, it's at $787 million over 18 years. In Broomfield, it's $6 million over 18 years. So that gives us a lot of opportunities to work specifically in behavioral health, but addressing the opioid epidemic. Couple things that were included in the MOU, which was improved by council, was delegating the authority to the city manager to administer the funding. And so that's provided us a lot of direction. We're working very closely with the city manager's office to get the infrastructure in place. The other thing that when I was talking about that accountability piece is that the funds must be used for opioid approved or abatement purposes. So the state comes up with a menu of strategies that are appropriate. As a local community, we have to make sure that the strategies we're choosing fit within that specific menu of approved strategies. And then the other thing around transparency is all of the funding that's being expended, not only here in Broomfield, but in the other regional councils, is available on the state's dashboard. And so anybody that would want to go in and see how Broomfield's spending our funding or in another county could go ahead and do that. And the Denver Post actually did an article about 6 months ago, looking at how the opioid settlement funds were being spent across the state, and they reached out to Broomfield. And so we were interviewed and able to expand on the work that's happening here in Broomfield. As you'll recall, when we presented to council on the MOU and receiving these funds, we didn't want to recreate the wheel. So we had an existing behavioral health improvement plan in place. We have a behavioral health coalition that brings that lived experience from residents, but also experts in the healthcare system, the school system, the mental health providers to the table to help guide and invite us and broaden that expertise. And so that was good because we were much further ahead than most communities that have been doing this work. In fact, a lot of our surrounding counties had to bring consultants in to work with their councils to just begin from the starting point to define what strategies they think would best meet their needs. And that's been in some communities a year to a 2-year process. So we're much further along the game in implementation, which is good news. The other thing that was required by the MOU is that we had to establish a regional council. And the role of the regional council is to manage the distribution of our regional funds. We meet with that regional council quarterly. And again, that council is comprised of our Behavioral Health Coalition, who serves in a sort of a advisory capacity. But then according to the MOU, we're required to have voting members who ultimately, if we need to get to the point of making votes on funding decisions to codify it, they're the ones that do that. And you can see that the members of that include our city manager's office, Mr. Casey. It includes myself from Public Health, Human Services, Tiffany Ramos, the Police Department, Mike Clement, and then Judge Bachman is also a voting member. The other thing that we've done is put a lot of policies and procedures in place on the use and expenditures of these funds, specifically with that regional council. So that if there were ever any questions on what's happening, how are the funds being used, and what's the decisions behind it, we have that documentation to go back to, and that was done in consultation with our legal department. As part of our initial processes of establishing the regional council is we had to set up our fiscal agent, which again, that's Broomfield. So we designated our finance department as our fiscal agent. We certified our council formation ultimately to the state. And then we submitted our action plan. And we're actually in year 2 of implementation, but we just submitted another action plan to the state for the next 2 years. If you could go to the next slide. So this just gives you an idea of the programs and strategies that we're funding. I'm not going to go through each specific one, but I do want to emphasize the fact that we really did, as a regional council, want to focus on prevention, that intervention, and that linkage to care. And so some of the things that have been extremely successful is, again, that pro-social opportunities for our youth. That's a lot of the work that we're doing through our Communities That Care initiative. So providing those opportunities so our youth don't engage in risky behaviors. They're engaged in activities, especially during after school hours, et cetera. We've done a lot around community-initiated care, which is trying to expand mental health and behavioral health training out to the community. We know that our mental health workforce right now is in a major shortage. So the idea is, what can we do to broaden sort of the expertise of our community? So if you're interacting or dealing with somebody with a mental health challenge or a behavioral health challenge, do you have the resources and tools to help through that process? We expanded naloxone, and there's been a lot of publicity around that. That's been very exciting. The one programs I do want to highlight, though, is our Court Navigator program. And this has been great, partnering with Judge Bachman and Aaron Zabadi, who's actually administering it. And the idea is, as they're dealing with adolescents, individuals, or others who are entering into the court system, how do we provide those supports or resources specifically when it comes to mental health or substance use? And according to Judge Bachman, a lot of the individuals they're seeing through the court system obviously have those needs. So it's been a great fit. You can go to the next slide. This is just a few other examples of the work that we're doing. A couple I just want to highlight is we started up a health ambassador program. So one of the focus areas in the state strategies was to make sure you are reaching those populations most impacted by the opioid crisis. We know that's our low socioeconomic status populations, but also some of our racial and ethnic populations. So this ambassador program is really focused on bringing the community voice to the table. And so we fund individuals and organizations to come inform us on the best work to do, but also go back to the community and be those key liaisons within the community to provide education, support, linkages to care. We're exploring some other initiatives like scholarships and treat for treatment and recovery living. That's something that's been identified as a major gap within our coalition. You can see that Matt's on there. And then peer support specialist is sort of a new thing in the behavioral health field. This is bringing people with lived experience to actually work with individuals that are dealing with a mental health or substance use issue and help them work through the process from that lived experience approach. So the next slide. So that concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, or I have my team that I could call up if we have questions I can't answer.
I'm sure you'll have it all covered with everybody out there. Thank you so much for this update. It's great news, Director Volling. We'll go to council member questions first. Any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering, in terms of 2024, is there an impact report on what was accomplished, the results, how many were treated, what the success rate was?
Yeah, so for the opioid settlement fund specifically, we do collect all of that information. And so that's one of Sarah Mock's responsibilities is she has our behavioral health scorecard, but also collects the information from each of those specific initiatives. We'd be happy if council wants to see that, to share that report.
Is it available now? Or is it coming?
It's something that is available that we can share. I believe is it done now?
Hello, I'm Sarah Mock, our Health Planning and Systems Manager with Public Health. And yes, there is an expenditure report that will be submitted to the state for their approval in February, reflecting the expenditures that we've made in 2024. If there's specific things within the strategies that we've implemented over 2024, I'd be happy to answer any questions about those.
Well, I just think it'd be interesting to know what efficacy we've seen from the marijuana tax revenue, what we've achieved.
So with the marijuana tax revenue, we're actually moving into year one of implementation just because we, based on what I said with those projections. So 2025 will be the first time.
Okay.
And again, those measures that I mentioned before are the measures that we're tracking.
So there will be a report, the February one for those, and then there'll be a later one.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
So one thing we've committed with the retail marijuana funding is to do those progress reports and summary reports for the city manager's office. And if it's the desire of council, we'd be happy to share it with council.
I would, yes. And one last question on B Corps. The funding amount, what does that mean in context of how much coverage that provides versus what we have today?
Good evening again. So B Corps we have about $801,000 is what is needed to cover the entire program for staffing and all the needs and equipment that goes with it. And currently the marijuana funds, as you showed up here, is covering 450,000 of it. And then we have a grant that covers 377,000 of it. So it covers all of B Corps.
Terrific. That's good.
Thank you.
That's all.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
In our CCAT member organization, there's been conversation about the governor's proposed budget where the proposal is to cut the pediatric mental health provider rates, among other rates. If that were to come to fruition, would any of this funding be able to help us respond to those who could no longer find providers in coverage?
Yeah, so that good question, Councilmember Lim. That'd be something that obviously we track through the legislative session, see ultimately where it lands. It could potentially be a gap that we see in Broomfield. And then we would figure out, okay, what does that mean for us to potentially fulfill that gap? I can tell you, working specifically with our community-based mental health centers, both with MHP and with CRC, it's a pretty dire situation out there right now when it comes to funding, when it comes to reimbursement. They're in a place, I'll just say they presented to the Joint Budget Committee of survival. It's the worst that it's been in years. So we could help with some of the gap filling, but I don't know that we're going to be able to address a lot of the major issues that the system's facing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and maybe I missed this in the packet. One of my constituents reached out about the revenue buckets, and is the money allocated in those areas just for that special sales tax, or does that include the regular sales tax on that marijuana or any state distributed share of sales tax? Can you talk a little bit about those?
Yeah, and I might like to, Nancy is the expert too.
That limit, sorry, Councilmember Anderson, that limitation is specific to our sales tax and what our voters approved in Broomfield for the local sales tax. It doesn't apply to the state sales tax monies.
Okay, so that money is not included here at all, and that's being used for other purposes. Okay. And then on the website, it was pointed out that perhaps there could be an update there to provide a little bit more of the recent data. I'm not sure if it's really that outdated, but some of the impacts of THC on those under age 25. I don't know if that's how up to date the site is, but.
Yeah, so with the opioid website that I referred to, that doesn't include the retail retail impact information. But we do know the State Health Department and additionally the Colorado School of Public Health are doing extensive research on high concentration THC. We've met individually with the researchers at the School of Public Health. And the key message I would say is that the data is still coming in. So it's hard to draw a lot of conclusions based on the data, but what there are some implications for us to consider is looking at target populations, for example, pregnant women or adolescents and some of the potential positive and negative impacts of marijuana. And then the other challenge that they shared with us is there's no in the marketplace sort of definition of what high concentration THC looks like. So as they're doing their studies, they could be working on one product that has a different concentration of THC than another product. And this is just the fact that it's an industry that's up and getting regulated and there's no federal regulation over it either.
Okay, that's helpful, but the conversations are ongoing. When the studies are more conclusive and information is there, we can
Yes.
update. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then the final question was regarding some of the funding. And this might this might be why it's not covered because it's not related to mental health, but the question was there any consideration of funding going towards education and marijuana testing by the PD for impaired drivers, and also any types of sting operations for underage sales being conducted? But I'm assuming that that part was not included in the funding because it was the focus on, as council directed, on mental health.
Yeah. Anything you want to add on that, Chief?
All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate this presentation, appreciate the updated numbers regarding the retail marijuana sales. One question that I had on the opioid, it's been a while since I've looked at kind of what the information was around kind of the age groups that were most affected by the opioid crisis. And my question was, are we targeting those same age groups of who is most affected by those by the opioid crisis? I hope that makes sense.
Yes, I'm going to phone my friend Sarah Mock.
Well, thankfully, we have a whole dashboard of information about this. The age groups in Broomfield kind of tend to mirror that of the states in terms of hospitalizations and deaths. And that's the primary metric we're using to monitor impact from the opioids crisis. And it is our young adults. So 15 to about 40 years old is where we see the most impact. And Yes, I think our strategies are directed at those age groups, especially when we talk about our prevention efforts with the pro-social opportunities and also the court involvement, the criminal justice involvement. They tend to mirror those same age groups in terms of who is coming in to see Erin and being referred into different services as she's able to. Does that help?
That does help. So our community kind of education programs, those, while those are going to be targeted at the community at large, they're really focused as well toward that age group.
Yeah, we have been running communications campaigns that are talking to youth and the adults in their lives about the dangers of fentanyl. We've also run a couple of campaigns called through Lift the Label, which is at the state level. And that has really been very broad in terms of age groups. And it has been incredibly successful. I think our last campaign had over 4.7 million impressions as in just Broomfield. So a lot of people seeing that message. And I have seen those. So I know that it's getting to the right demographic in terms of age groups.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for the information and thanks for the presentation. Thanks, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Not seeing any. Yes, bravo. I'm just so inspired by all of the new programs and the impact they're going to have with the use of these funds. Well thought out and covers a lot of bases and fills a lot of gaps.
We
So,
appreciate your support. Thank you
yeah,
so much.
keep it
Council.
up. Thanks, y'all. All right, so moving on, tonight's only concept review is an application for proposed amendment to the Mid-Cities PUD plan to convert an existing 151 room extended stay hotel into a residential 151 unit apartment complex that's located at 480 Flatiron Boulevard. As a concept review, there will be public comment on this item. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at Broomfield Voice have been provided to the City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We'll then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and any other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments and finally questions and comments from City Council. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And joining us tonight is Judy Hammer, Principal Planner. She'll walk us through it, and I see the applicant sitting directly behind her. Ms. Hammer.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council, and City Manager Hoffman. Judy Hammer, Principal Planner, representing Planning Division. Next slide, please. The concept review is for proposed amendment to the Mid-Cities PUD plan to add residential uses to the PUD, specific to only one lot. That's Lot 1, Mid-Cities filing number 1, and to allow for residential as a standalone use. The project area for this proposal is generally located south of Flatirons Boulevard and west of Interlochen Loop, just east of Walmart at 480 Interlochen Loop, which currently operates as the Town Place Suites, an extended stay hotel. Next slide, please. The 2018 Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land use designation for this property is mixed use commercial. The proposed amendment to add residential uses is consistent with this designation. Next slide, please. The developer's conceptual proposal is limited to a proposed amendment to the Mid-Cities PUD plan. The amendment would allow for an additional 151 residential dwelling units and would also allow for residential as a standalone use within the PUD, specific only to the lot that you're looking at right now. For reference, this image shows an excerpt from the site development plan that was approved back in 1999, just to show you what is existing there now. There are 2 existing buildings that house the 151 extended stay hotel units, a parking lot, landscaping, and an outdoor pool. The existing primary access is taken from a shared drive off of Interlock and Loop that's shared with the Lock, which is an apartment complex immediately to the east. And secondary access is via a drive at the west side, on the left side of your screen here. I make sure to bring up the access because during the referral review, the fire district made comments about the points of access, and they are going to require that these be modified to meet the current emergency vehicle turning radii that they now have. The details regarding how the PLD will be addressed, the public land dedication, will need to be finalized as part of the formal development review application for the PUD amendment. The preliminary amount to be paid that we've calculated so far is $529,760, and that was discussed in detail in the staff report. The income aligned housing requirement will be met through either cash in lieu or providing on-site units. The applicant hasn't determined that yet. Meeting this requirement for on-site units would mean that they would need to provide at least 30 units. The proposed development is served by the Boulder Valley School District, and they have indicated that they can serve the students that would be generated from this residential use through their existing middle, elementary, and high schools. Next slide, please. As I indicated, the developer will make minimal changes to the existing buildings while converting them to apartments. Of course, they have to meet building codes, et cetera. But I've included these images of the existing site conditions just for your reference. During the referral review, the Architectural Control Committee for Mid-Cities indicated that the property owner will need to restore the faux balcony railing finishes, repair the parking lot, and convert the trash enclosure back to its original intended use. It is currently being used for storage. The applicant has indicated that they will make these exterior improvements when they convert the interior units to the apartments. And I did include in the City Council correspondence file a letter from the Architectural Control Committee for your review. Next slide, please. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting for the proposed amendment in compliance with the requirements. They got, they got that piece taken care of in preparation for a formal development review application. The change in land use was identified as a key issue for the proposal in the staff report. The subject property currently operates as a 151 extended stay hotel. The proposed conversion for commercial to residential is anticipated to have a negative impact on the long-range financial plan. If the hotel continues operation as a hotel, the property is projected to contribute an estimated $60,000 net positive financial impact to the city and county of Broomfield. The proposed new residential development would negatively change the net financial impact resulting from the project due to the reduced revenues and increased program and service costs. The estimate would be an estimated net negative financial impact of $350,000 annually. The applicant is seeking feedback from the council regarding whether there is interest from you in considering the change in land use for this project. If the project moves forward, the next steps in the process will be submitting their formal development review application. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is also here this evening to provide you with a little bit more detail on the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammer. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representatives please identify themselves before beginning your presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Ferris. I'm here with Ravi Dave, representing the ownership of this project, and Sky Stewart, who has been handling our community liaison activities. As Judy expertly described, it's a fairly simple proposal here to convert 151 units to multifamily. And I'll walk through a few details here. Next slide, please. This is about a 25-year-old building. we were kind of struck it was similar to your police building that you discussed earlier this evening. But one of the earliest buildings in the Mid-Cities PUD, and it was also one of the earliest Marriott Town Place suites, which was if you follow hotel business, it was an early version of one of the earliest extended stay types of hotels. And that was something that has evolved and changed. And this area has seen a lot of new extended stay hotels come in the last few years. So our occupancy rates, because of that competition, have not recovered as well as they had since COVID. Next slide, please. We have 151 rooms. We have to change the occupancy under the building code from R1 to R2. There are mostly 96 small one bedrooms, 11 one bedrooms, 96 studios, small units. Only 30 are two bedrooms. There's about 4 additional units that are accessible, and they are kind of a blend of a studio and one bedroom. You can see we have facilities, including a gym, pool, dining area. A lot of this stuff would have to be converted, some of it to, we believe, storage for units, and also add additional parking, bike parking especially. Judy covered the need to accommodate Broomfield fire access. That can be easily done. And of course, we know that some of the landscaping has not been well maintained and will have to be upgraded with any conversion process. Next slide, please. These are some other considerations that we want to share with you, but I don't want to spend too much time on this. We do believe that we understand that we'll be able to provide adequate parking, especially because these will be smaller, I guess say you might want to call them attainable priced units. They're not going to be some occupied by a lot of people who will have multiple cars. And so what we believe parking will be adequate. The area is actually pretty good. There's a brand new apartment building just built next door that's it's just nearing CO, I believe. And so we know there's other residential buildings in this area that have also thrived. Next slide, please. If you want, we can bring Sky Stewart if you have any questions about our community outreach, but we held that meeting and we had 3 comments that evening. No one had any objections or mostly just questions. And next slide, please. While it was mentioned that we're just trying to decide whether we'd pay fees or meet on-site housing, we've come to the conclusion that it's more than likely, because of the attainable pricing that these will be, that we will fully intend to do 20% of the units at 60% AMI, which is your affordable housing requirement. We want to provide those on site. We think that's the best option for a building like this. The buildings will be renovated simultaneously. There's 2 of them. And as you know, some of the process going forward will involve another meeting with you for a PUD amendment, as well as a administrative modification to the SDP that originally approved the hotel. I think the next slide is our final one. And so we want to answer any questions you have, any particular topics.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ferris. We'll now see if there are any of our commission members available to make comments. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission? Any other commissions? Not seeing anybody. No one's online. So then we'll now move to public comment, starting with in person. If anyone would like to comment on this item, now's the time. There's also no one online. Well, then now we're going to go to council member questions and comments. We'll start with you, Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. For the developer, just if you could just give us kind of an overview of the kind of range of apartments that you plan to include here. You say that right now there's only a few 2-bedroom long-term units and mostly 1-bedroom. So you're going to be converting those. I assume you're just kind of opening it all up and then redesigning.
Actually, we foresee a 1-to-1 ratio, the same types of units existing, just as multifamily, different occupancy.
Okay, so you're not going to be adding 3-bedroom, that type of thing?
Correct.
Okay. What's your time frame on having this completed?
Well, we're looking through the entitlement process, probably at the earliest, we'd pull a building permit mid to late next year in 2025.
Okay.
That would be the earliest we could start work.
So I assume
And
your
then-
comment earlier about parking is adequate because again, the units are generally going to be smaller, smaller family units.
Yes, but also code-wise, we understand this is a TOD area and per that new state law, there won't be new parking requirements in this area. Or no minimum, I should phrase it correctly. But we're not really relying upon that. We would have to get a variance. Because the site is what it is, we have 155 now spaces. We expect to lose about 5 with that new fire access. We're going to look at 150.
Okay. And your comment about it hasn't recovered since COVID. So clearly there's a motivation to do something different here than had been previously intended for the site. We heard that there may be some loss of revenue for the city, but if you don't do this, then the possibility is you could go out of business, essentially, I would assume.
That's possible, yeah, but if I would want to defer to questions towards ownership, who would be happy to answer some of the business aspects here.
Yeah. Would somebody from the ownership want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And, the building lends well to housing, which is a need for the city. So, we came up with an idea to, one, benefit you guys, but also benefit us financially.
Okay, yeah, of course. What I'm trying to get to is that the loss may be bigger, if you will, if you don't do something different than what's being done now.
Correct.
So even though we may lose a bit of revenue from the current configuration, the reality is we're not going to get that money most likely anyway, unless you do some conversion.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is going to be for the either applicant or the owner of the property. I know you mentioned meeting the inclusionary housing requirement of 20% at 60% AMI. And you briefly discussed that these would not be necessarily full market rate, which for a 1-bedroom, that ranges anywhere from $1,700 to $2,000 a month in this area. Given the conversion and that it won't necessarily probably follow the traditional design of a new unit build, could you give us an example of, for the inclusionary housing units, what that price range would be? And we'll just start off with, let's say, a 1-bedroom unit just for simplicity.
Robbie and I just discussed, neither one of us really know the exact number we would tell you for that.
Part of the reason is there's no real comp for that in the market, right? So you have the luxury right next to us and all the new build. So what we think is it's probably 10 to 20% below what you just stated.
Okay. Let's see here.
And one physical thing that we maybe didn't stress is the reason we believe the pricing will be what it is. This is a 25-year-old wood frame construction. If you've ever been to an older extended stay hotel, you can hear everything down the halls. It's not like a really attractive, great place to live. So we're going to bring it up to code, and it'll be a sustainable, attainable pricing. But it can't, just by a matter of the bones it sits on, really ever be any type of a luxury product.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. That would put you roughly at about, let's say you take the lock that's right next door. They're starting at roughly $1,700-1,800 for a one-bedroom unit right now. If that's 10 or 20% lower, you're looking at roughly $1,300 a month for a one bedroom. So I guess I would just, if you had more concrete numbers, that
We
would,
can send you, we get a market study done and send you something.
okay. Because I think given all the things you've said about this property, if it's going to be anywhere remotely close to what, the Lock is going to be offering, or even any of the other apartments in the greater Interlochen area, I would have concerns about the property. But that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ward. Next is Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the negative net fiscal impact that this will have on our revenues, had you explored anything other types of, like reinvestment in the property, not a hotel, but any sort of other commercial or retail beyond converting it to housing?
Not really, because the property doesn't lend well anything other than housing, unless you want to, we would want to tear it down or complete.
Right, I understand that. And I do appreciate the repurposing an existing building, and the environmental impact that has. Questions though, you currently have, I'm assuming, as far as shared space and amenities for the residents, I'm assuming you have an existing gym or some sort of thing. Is that going to stay?
Right.
What about other like parks or playground equipment for children and such as those type of things?
Nothing on site.
You know what the closest park to this location is? Open space, trails, those type of connections?
Trail right in front.
Hi, the nearest park is approximately a half a mile to the southeast of this site. And you can access it via, sidewalk connections.
Okay. And is that through the commercial area, the retail?
Yes. As you head up Interlochen.
Gotcha, okay. Is there any intention at all, is there a possibility that in the development, in the planning process, that you could put in a grass area for kids and playground or a small pocket park type of thing on the facility, even if you had to give up, say, parking spaces for that?
Yeah, I guess we could contemplate that.
Okay, I mean, for me, like if there's gonna be children living there, having some place for them to do something other than sit in the room or walk through retail developments to go to a park or drive for that matter, is important. I think it's something that we should look at. So if that's a possibility that you could put some sort of small something, even if that requires giving up some parking spaces, then I would think that would be important. So that's my only feedback, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank
Just gonna
you.
add, I think that's very feasible. There is a small pool on the site too. That would be.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
This is for staff. Were staff's calculations for the net negative impact, was that based on full occupancy of the existing extended stay? And is that an accurate assumption that it would be fully occupied?
Jeff Romine, economist, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So no, I used a 70% occupancy level, which is what's right now where we've generally seen lodgings be. It's been in 70-80% recently. I then also had to use, I couldn't use their actual tax numbers because under Colorado law, we're not allowed to reveal exact taxes because it's a confidential matter for them, and because a competitor could figure out how full their occupancy is. So I had to use an estimated number. And then also in thinking about what the impact would be going forward, if it were to be converted, I had to use an estimation of what I thought they'd be spending on use tax for the rehab of this facility, to switch it into a residential use. So that's kind of what we did, what I did to create these numbers. I reveal in the memo, it talks about both what the gross number is, what the gross tax revenue, as well as the net effect. And again, as a reminder to council, that net effect is once we include our costs of services and programs. The same thing we use for every other development.
There seems to be, in my reading of the memo, there seems to be a disconnect. There seems to be statements made that staff is presenting that there are other hotels in that being developed in the area. And yet the developer is presenting that there's, they are not seeing a future for this. So can staff explain, is that the way, does staff see that there's a disconnect between what staff thinks if, that this property could be viable as extended stay versus what the applicant is saying?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilmember Lim. Yeah, there's a difficulty in this because this is a fully rehab or a redevelopment, if you will, or a reinvestment. There are different ways that anybody could take for that. One, they could find a new use, which is what's being proposed here. The other is, of course, to reinvest, as was discussed by one of your colleagues, whether that was being considered or has been considered. The difficulty for us is roughly about every 6 months or so to a year, I get a call and we have some serious conversations with people that are proposing extended stay hotels and or regular hotels here in Broomfield right now. As you know, an extended stay just opened up roughly about 18 months ago, just to the southeast of this site, closer to where the highways intersect in Interlaken. So the difficulty for us is I can't necessarily hypothesize what the alternatives they may be willing to consider. I have to just kind of do the analysis based upon what we know. And what we do know is what it currently is being used, what's proposing, and then I do know that we've been getting these inquiries over time. So that's the best I can do to answer that question because it's not our role to propose 5 different types of redevelopment and try to figure out which one is in the best interest of us. It has to be what the proposal is providing. That helps.
Yeah. Would the applicant like to address
Yeah.
why the staff is saying they get phone calls from others who want to put in extended stay, and yet you're saying this doesn't seem viable in the long term?
So this hotel was built in the late 90s. So one, it's outdated, right? So the base building itself is outdated, and then all this new supply coming in just makes us less and less competitive in the market. So when we looked at reinvesting as a hotel or potentially converting to housing, we understood that, the greater Denver area needs a lot of housing and could get higher occupancy rates almost immediately based on how much pent up demand versus the risk of rebuilding this hotel and taking a chance competing against, the brand new Residence Inn that opened probably 4 or 5 years ago, where we'd be less competitive no matter what because of our building.
Okay, thank you. I'd have to think about this further, but certainly there was some indecision expressed in the memo at one point whether you were going to do the income aligned housing or not. Certainly that if you were going to do the income aligned housing, that would be a positive for further consideration. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Well, I'll just kind of pick up where Councilmember Lim left off there. I think, looking at this project and looking at the upcycling possibilities, that's definitely a good thing as opposed to demolishing a building and rebuilding. So I like the upcycling the upcycling component of this project. The piece that I'm struggling with is the converting it to residential and to be market rate residential. I think that, if this project were to move towards 100% income aligned housing, I think that this project would be have a different reception to it. So I'm wondering what the possibilities are of having 151 income aligned units as opposed to having the 151 market rate units.
Thanks. I'll take a crack at answer that, Councilman. The difficulty right now is that we want to preserve our options. And there's actually been some interest from people who specialize in affordable housing in this type of product. And we do know this product is not, like I said earlier, going to be luxury, but to commit right now to make it all restricted affordable is a little early in the process for us. And it's a challenge, but we do know, and just evolving in the last few weeks, that we will provide what you're on site, what you're looking for in the way of 20% and 6% AMI. That's a good fit. Whether to commit to someone else to do it, to do 100%, if someone came to us and said, this is what we need here, we would talk to them. We definitely want to hear them out. But we, right now, for our financial purposes, we can't commit to that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to follow up on the economic impact, if I understand correctly. There's other long stay facilities that just open. So in effect, it's a net zero impact if this one converts because we have new ones coming online. Correct? If I heard that correctly. So the economic impact may not be a total loss for BVSD and for the city. I was curious, just for the economists in the room, we lose hotel tax, of course, use tax, but if we have 151 permanent employee or permanent residents there, isn't there a positive impact economically for people who are living there full time, purchasing, consuming things in the area that would offset that a little bit as well?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, as part of the fiscal model that we use in order to estimate the total impacts, that actually does include a portion of the sales tax and the property taxes coming in. So I've tried to balance this as if it were a new development coming in and see what that impact would look like. And as many of you know, oftentimes those are negative when they are fully residential, in part because of the way the property tax is done here in Colorado. I would, if I could, just add one note to the question that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem's question related to, could this be 100% affordable? That has happened in other parts of the metropolitan area where there's been these types of conversions. As you know, whenever something is 100% affordable, oftentimes there is additional need for capital that comes in order to subsidize that. So it could become market affordable per se, like what we see next to the Gardens area, where that's really market provided affordable housing. Whether if it was fully deed restricted, oftentimes they look for certain things, including receiving a special limited partnership in some form, which would then negate even that property tax away. So I just wanted to add that just for the completeness of your question, sir.
One last question. In terms of going forward, if this is approved, will you be managing this property or will it change hands for some other? Is that the intent?
We would either bring in a development partner that does this or change hands or bring in a third-party manager.
So there'll be some kind of third-party manager who will maintain this property. You'll maintain ownership, but you'll have someone manage it. So we won't see this property degrade. I mean, it's clearly degraded clearly does not have 70% occupancy. I'm guessing it's far lower than that, or it wouldn't be in the state it is in. But we have some reason to believe this will not degrade
Correct.
further over the next 20 years, whatever life you see this apartment having.
Yep, that's
Okay.
correct.
I would just echo that I really appreciate that you are committing at least to the 20 or 10% of 20%, excuse me, affordable housing. Obviously, it'd be lovely as we can get as much as we can because we know there's a huge demand. So that would be very terrific to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other first round comments? Then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Shah.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Romine, you piqued my interest with this market affordable. So with this market affordable, what does that AMI typically look like? Is there a correlation with AMI? Can we look at that, such as you mentioned the garden apartments?
So Mayor Pro Tem and council members, as was asked earlier, what would be the rent levels that might be coming in for this facility? Because it is an older building, et cetera. And they suggested it might be 10 or 20% below that market. So that's generally when I say market affordable, market provided affordable. It oftentimes the come in will say at 80% AMI. It wouldn't be restricted though. The 20% of the units would have a restriction on it. The others could float as market demand may be, but generally an older building will price in at a lower level and rents. And so when I use the words market provided affordable, that's what I'm talking about is 20, 30-year-old buildings tend to have a lower rent level than things that were built in the last 5 years or 10 years. That
helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm also in kind of the camp where we would love to see as many income aligned units as possible. We know our greatest gaps to fill are in the 30 to 60% AMI category. We just had Crossroads open up over in the Arista area and it filled up instantly. So it just expressing that need, you know, that's so hard for us to fill that gap, but there are truly so many people that are struggling to, you know, afford housing and it impacts our workforce. You know, a lot of our employers are having trouble recruiting people to come here because it's so expensive to live in Broomfield. So we're just trying to kind of keep the engine going and keep getting, you know, getting more opportunities for whoever wants to call Broomfield home to be able to afford it. So I appreciate your efforts in trying to help us meet those goals. But we're always going to ask for more because you're also asking us to take a financial hit. So I think it's fair. Everything's a negotiation to me. So thank you guys so much for your proposal, and we'll see you when you come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, I think it is our last thing. Our final item this evening is an update regarding the findings and recommendations of best practices and innovations to long-range comprehensive plan planning. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And tonight, Lynn Merwin is going to introduce us to this item. Don't freak out. There's 34 slides, but Lynn indicates that it's a 15-minute presentation to ensure plenty of time for questions.
I heard there's a bet going on.
Ms. Merwin.
How long are we going to be here? So hopefully I'll be 15 minutes or less, closer to 10. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council. Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Lynn Merwin, Deputy Director of Community Development for Planning. The study session this evening is to seek council input on the really on phase 2 of the comprehensive plan, which we're looking at ideally beginning next year in 2025. But to kind of inform that, we've started with phase 1 over this past year to look at best practices and innovations in long-range planning. Next slide, please. So this slide briefly explains the existing comprehensive plan and purposes, as much for our folks in the audience as those at home. But the existing comprehensive plan was adopted in 2016. It was developed in collaboration with council, a steering committee, and the public, general public community. The plan serves as the overarching guiding policy document for the city and county. It's a resource for the community, the mayor, city council, staff. It guides decisions regarding land use, funding capital improvement projects, applying for grant funding, among other purposes. And communities across the state are required by state statute to have a comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. So why update the plan and why now? The comp plan is considered a living document, and there have been 13 amendments, may have been 14 just as of last week. Since 2016, these amendments have addressed emerging priorities such as the addition of oil and gas development, housing, and then, of course, land use, and those you see through land use map amendments that come before you. Historically, Broomfield has updated the comprehensive plan approximately every 10 years to consider changes in the population and demographic shifts, economic markets and development patterns, community vision and priorities, emerging legislation and other issues. An update to the plan will guide the community's direction for the next 10 to 20 years. Next slide, please. So in January of this year, the Planning Division presented a preview to Council of our work focus for the year and described plans for the two-phased approach to the comprehensive plan update. Phase 1 has been taking place this year and began with hiring a consulting team to provide professional planning services to scope best practices and innovations. This team is led by Cushing Terrell, and they are supported by Lotus Sustainability in the public engagement realm, Fair Peers in the transportation realm, and Leland Consulting Group with community planning and economic development expertise. The team has prepared the draft report that you have in your packet tonight to inform and help guide Phase 2. It is not intended to direct what we do. You all can help us do that. So Phase 2, actually, let me back up and just say, in addition to preparing the draft report, you probably noticed there was a preliminary public engagement plan in there and an estimated budget. Phase 2 of the plan update is anticipated to take place over approximately 2-year period beginning next year. There would be significant public engagement to gather input from the community on its vision for the future. Once we have a solid understanding of the community vision, we will proceed with the plan development and, of course, plan adoption over time. We also anticipate a companion transportation and mobility plan, or TMP. We expect this plan will be undertaken to coordinate the technical aspects of land use and mobility, and we expect this to lag a little bit behind the comprehensive plan so it can benefit from the early community public engagement work to establish and solidify the community vision. Next slide, please. So as part of Phase 1 scoping, the team considered best practices and innovations by peer communities, and all together they looked at about 9 peer communities in different areas. At a high level, key takeaways from these peer reviews were identified for the comp plan, public engagement, and the transportation mobility plan. So for the comp plan, and this is just a sampling of what we learned. For the comp plan, we learned that emerging topics include public or mental health, and resiliency, as well as addressing legislative mandates. We've all become very familiar with that over the past year. New technologies, such as digital dashboards for tracking implementation progress, and then new plan readers. So moving away from a static PDF document, they have kind of funky new ways of looking at the plan that flip like a magazine. So different options out there depending on what our interest is and our budget is for these kinds of things. In terms of takeaways for public engagement, of course, including a broad range of stakeholders, meeting people where they are, so not necessarily just bringing them to City Hall like we might have done 10, 20 years ago, but meeting them where they are at Brouhaha or Broomfield Days or summer concerts, forming an advisory committee to guide the process, considering equity as a priority, maybe having focus groups with equity priority communities, providing food and childcare when hosting meetings. In terms of the transportation mobility plan, the best practices include, of course, looking at post-COVID travel patterns, big data, and emerging technologies in the transportation mobility realm. Next slide, please. So the other thing we asked them to look at is how best to organize the plan. And one of the options is to stay with the approach that we used in 2016, where we have a chapter on the introduction, vision, and then a chapter, various chapters on key elements like land use, transportation. You see the list here, economic development, housing, utilities, and so on. And then a chapter on implementation. In the next slide, please. We see the second approach. This one happened to be used by our neighboring community of North Glen, and it's outcomes themed in approach. And here we see a chapter with an introduction and then chapters on a very robust vision where they looked at things like providing great services and amenities, fostering economic vitality, growing greener and smarter. Some of these things you might, recognize as similar to our community goals. So it is a way to organize the plan. And then, of course, you could still have an implementation chapter. In North Glen's case, they use more strategies in their implementation approach. And so it's much more flexible in how things are carried forward in the future. Broomfield had specific action steps for the most part. They were a lot more prescribed. Next slide, please. So a little bit on the pros or the benefits, challenges, and opportunities. So in the first option, again, how we have organized our current plan from 2016. And this is our recommended approach as staff. Hopefully you saw that in the memo, but this is the approach that's most familiar to us. So our staff, if we have to go look something up, it's easy to go to the transportation chapter, or it's easy to go to the land use chapter to find something. They're organized around clear, familiar topics to us. One of the challenges that we have seen is that there are a lot of action steps. And so we will need to think about how we organize those in the future to make them as easy to implement and track over time. In terms of opportunities to improve, we could certainly include an executive summary going forward, regardless of the organization of the plan. I think that could be a benefit. Clarifying some terminology on action steps, again, very prescribed ways forward versus, having strategies or policies that are more flexible. And then we could very much align the action steps with our community goals if we wanted to. That would be fairly simple to do in a table. And then any plan we do will be required to meet digital accessibility. The requirements from state now. Next slide, please. So in this second outcomes themed approach, vision statements can be very relatable and can promote buy-in from the community. And focusing on strategies can be more flexible than prescribed action steps. The challenge with this type of plan, according to our consultants, is that it can potentially result in sitting on a shelf due to the lack of specificity. And so there are a few opportunities similar to option one to improve the plan regardless of which plan we do. So next slide, please. Okay, so looking forward towards phase two, the general engagement approach we're considering and proposing to you all is to anticipate 2 to 3, just make sure I'm on the right page here. 2 to 3 study sessions, council study sessions going forward. So probably about this time next year, we would host another study session following a good portion of the visioning happening. And as we start to shift toward looking at plan development and organization, we anticipate stakeholder meetings and presentations, both in person and virtual. So those could be open houses, advisory committee meetings, focus groups, pop-ups, surveys. We anticipate participating in regularly scheduled Broomfield events such as Broomfield Days, Brouhaha, and summer concerts, et cetera. Incorporating equitable best practices. So, one of those takeaways, again, was to provide food and childcare at events that we host. Use existing communication channels and strategies, the Broomfield Voice, social media, be in the loop, and so forth. And then incorporating activity-based and promotional engagement. So using props like food trucks or popsicle stands to invite conversation and engagement. Next slide, please. Looking at council's role, of course, you would all have a fundamental role in this process. We anticipate you may be interested in selecting an advisory committee, receiving monthly updates to the city manager's office or CMO weekly update to city council, attending open meetings such as open houses, advisory committee meetings, workshops, I mentioned having a couple of study sessions, and there would likely be one for the transportation and mobility plan as that moves along through the process. We can't really predict when that would occur yet, but probably somewhere between the next study session this time next year, and then sort of the final study session when we have a draft plan to present to you and before final adoption. And then, of course, there would be a final meeting before you to consider the plan adoption targeting late 2026. Next slide, please. So many communities are using an advisory committee. Staff is recommending formation of a 16-member advisory committee with 9 representatives from existing boards and commissions. These could be selected from various of our existing boards and commissions, not every single one of them, but many of the boards and commissions would have be logical to participate from land use, Board of Health, Open Space and Trails, Parks, and so forth. We are recommending 2 youth representatives from existing youth groups. This could be from some group like Teen Council. And then 5 representatives selected by council through an open call across the community. The key here would be to focus on filling in gaps of representation from those other boards and commissions. So one of the benefits of perhaps having boards and commission members participate is they bring a certain expertise and familiarity with Broomfield and those topics. But we don't have a transportation board or commission. We don't have one focused on utility services. And so our thought would be to encourage filling in the gaps, the knowledge gaps in those areas as we round out the committee. We are recommending that council consider a slate of committee members be considered through and approved through a resolution at a future meeting. And then, of course, that all meetings would be open to the public. Next slide, please. So our anticipated next steps, if supported by council, would be to issue the phase 2 request for proposals and go through the competitive bidding process for consulting services. Council would need to approve that contract. Both of those things we think would take place in the first and second quarters of next year. Similarly, formation of the advisory committee could occur around Q2 of next year, and then we would proceed to kick off the public engagement in targeting early Q3, so ideally get going by summer. And then, proceeding with plan development and plan adoption over time. Next slide, please. So pulling it all together for you, the questions we have for council tonight pertain to the plan, approach, and organization, public stakeholder engagement, city council engagement, and the advisory committee. And these are described in a lot more detail in the staff report, and that begins on page 24. If you want to refer to some of that detail, we can also flip back if you need to the different slides that cover these in a little more detail. But the questions are, would council like to direct staff to follow a similar traditional approach to the 2016 plan update with chapters organized around familiar elements like land use, transportation, and utilities? Question 2, does council agree with the intended method for stakeholder engagement for phase 2? Question 3, does council agree with the intended method for city council's engagement in phase 2? And question 4 is really a 2-part question because staff is recommending formation of an advisory committee. Does council wish to proceed with establishing an advisory committee? And if so, does council wish to select all the members to participate or just those from the open call? So I'm here this evening with a couple of our consultants who can help answer questions if need be, as well as Sarah Grant, our transportation manager. Thank you for your time, and we welcome feedback and direction.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merwin. We will go to council member questions, starting with council member Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Good presentation. I guess I'll just respond to the questions. I don't know about a quote traditional approach. I don't know what that means. I think we need to be open to what the advisory committee and others say to us. I think if we try to structure it too much around existing constructs, that limits us. I'd rather us be open to, being able to hear from others. I mean, there are some elements that need to be included, but I don't know that, let me rephrase that. I don't think we should let the process be driven by those elements. Does that make sense? I do agree with the public engagement, with the council engagement. Advisory committee is a good idea. I think having a couple of youth on the advisory committee is a good idea as well. Need to continue to engage our youth. It'll be interesting to see how we come up with the creation of the advisory committee, who gets appointed, et cetera. I know that's still not fully developed. So I'd say, yes, we should proceed, with those things. But am I being clear about the first point about, quote, using the traditional structure? Jennifer, does that?
I think we could have phrased it better than the traditional structure. Lynn, talk just a little bit about when we initially started going through this, Councilmember Leslie, it was more prescriptive, the 2016, kind of what Ms. Merwin was referring to. A lot of the other comp plans that are around us have general guidance to provide for the latitude and the changing of times, policies, legislation, and it's not as prescriptive. So I think when Ms. Merwin, and I'm going to put words in your mouth, and feel free to say that isn't what we're talking about here. There has to be some type of agreed upon categories, so that when we do get the public and stakeholder engagement, we're asking questions based on categories and outcomes versus kind of what would you like to see in this comprehensive plan?
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I said. I know there has to be some. When I do work in this area, what I do is I try to help the organization define a limited number of objectives or goals. We call WIGs, wildly important goal, so that you're driving action towards achieving the desired outcome, which is built around what the vision and the mission and the values of the organization are. So I'm more interested in seeing a definition of what is our vision as a county and city. What is the key thing we want to achieve? And then how do we synergize all those other operations so that they help achieve it? So we're not going off in 20 different directions, which is normally how planning goes. Everybody's got their silo, everybody's got their specific agenda around their silo, and the organization doesn't fully support a single direction. And so where I'm trying to go with this is that I'd rather us try to build off of whatever our vision should be, and this council should try to, help us define that. Something simple, something everybody knows and understands, not some 20-page, statement with pretty pictures, but something really clear about this is what we believe Broomfield should be in the next 10 years. And here's how all these different departments that we have help to achieve that. And here's how we synergize those. And that's where the strategic plan then drives that. Without that, you don't accomplish much. And the plan usually goes into the library or on a shelf somewhere. It should be a living, developing document that we use on an ongoing basis, including council, so that when we're making decisions around codes or policies or whatever, we're doing it in accordance with the vision. Not something that goes away we don't see for another 10 years. That make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Now, that may be impractical in terms of the consultants and everything else being done, but that's what I'd like to say.
Councilmember Leslie, and I think a part of your point, so we have the strategic plan that's coming. Comprehensive plan is the visioning long-term
Mhm.
for
Yep.
the next 10 to 20 years.
Yep.
And less about the KPIs of how to get there.
I understand,
So
but they have
the
to be interrelated. You can't have one without the other.
Completely agree.
Otherwise,
And-
you're not ever going to get to the long-term plan.
Sure, right. And the strategic plan is more organizationally, mission, vision, values, attainment, ongoing. So,
But they should be the same thing. One is, longer term, I understand that. One is the kind of the next few years. But if they're not aligned, you're not going to achieve what the long-term vision is.
completely agree.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of going off of what Councilmember Leslie was saying, I actually am going to prefer option 2, hybrid. I think the idea of an outcomes theme approach kind of fits into what he was just saying of, we really need to know, the community needs to know where we're going and what the community wants. And then my hybrid is, I don't like strategies. I think we should have action steps. I think that is important. So I think a little bit of both, I guess. I don't necessarily have a problem with the specific categories in our previous, what we did, but I do think that it should be more broader and more outcomes based. So that's kind of my feedback on number 1. Number 2, yeah, I think the proposed engagement is good. Just want to make sure that we are obviously as much community engagement. I'd like to see that, partnering, and I'm sure this is, I'm looking at it, but partnering with the Chamber of Commerce, for example, reaching out to the various HOAs, maybe talking to the various PTAs of the school districts that we have. So a broad outreach is really what I would like to see. Number 3, yeah, I agree. I think that's a good plan for council engagement. The advisory committee, I guess I'm curious, did we have 17 last time? Is that what I read? 17 people?
I believe it was about 17, maybe a little bit more, 19.
Okay.
It was a little bigger,
Yeah, I don't know.
but there were council members on the committee as well, maybe 3.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
We're not proposing council members on the committee this time.
It's really up to you. You could attend any and all meetings.
Of course. If we were to add more, I like the idea of 9 from the boards and commissions, and I don't necessarily have a problem with them self-selecting themselves, although I'm open to other council comments on if we want to appoint them. If we're going to add extra, I would say add more youth, honestly, because this is going to affect them more than most of us long-term. So if we added 4 youth maybe instead of 2, I think that would be a good way of doing that. And then I do like the idea of 1 member from each ward. I do want us to do interviews for those. I would prefer in-person interviews, honestly, just so we can get a true sense of who we're selecting for that. Yeah, I think that was all the questions you asked. So does
Thank
that
you.
give?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
all right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple clarification questions. So for item number 1, I'll say about the plan approach and organization. When we talk about our traditional approach and breaking it up into familiar elements like land use and transportation, utilities, et cetera, in going through this process, will breaking that up allow kind of the silos to be down and cross collaboration? Because one thing I would hate to see is we look at transportation and only look at transportation in one realm, and then we go and do, we'll do land use this way, we'll do so on and so forth.
So our teams are not structured for silos. So they wouldn't know. And so again, I think traditional approach is kind of jamming everybody up. And for some reason, the traditional approach has some type of negative connotation that is silo driven. And that simply is not the case. So when we say traditional approach, I don't know when the last time you all kind of reviewed that comp plan. But I would highly recommend just going and refreshing yourself with what those categories are. But the approach certainly won't be, not only will it not be siloed, but the discussions that we have for any of the plans. And one of the reasons, back to Councilmember Leslie's point about that integrated model with our strategic plan is so key. That as the outreach and engagement part will be, and to Councilmember Marsh-Holshen's point about adding the youth. If you say silo to any one of our teen council members, they won't have any idea what you're talking about. They will think you're talking about the Grange. Again, it's not in their vernacular. It's just not part of how they operate. And I think it's safe to say it's not how our team operates either. So if there are additional, when we say familiar elements, I think each one of those pieces from an alignment, particularly with finances, it really is going up to that 50,000 foot level from that comprehensive plan.
Okay. Then I'm fine with the quote unquote traditional approach.
Yeah, so that'll be the last time that we use that terminology.
I don't know. It's too late for me to come up with another name for it. So I'm just
Well,
going to
the
use quote unquote.
2016 approach.
I'm just saying quote
Continue
unquote
the
traditional. That's fine with me. From the public / stakeholder engagement, I don't see any issues there. Council engagement, I think, is fine. What was laid out in the presentation. I do agree with Councilmember Marsh-Holshen that we should have more youth on this advisory committee. Four, I guess, since that was the number that was put out, and it's late, I think 4 is a good number. And I have no issues with each of the current advisory committees selecting one of their members for them and just having council select one of each of the ward representatives. I think I covered everything. Okay, great.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I get a clarification on the advisory committee? What are we empowering them to do? What's the output from that committee?
Yeah, so they would be consulted regularly at probably primarily in-person meetings. I don't know, I suppose we could do virtual meetings too. I had envisioned them as primarily in person, but to guide various steps of the process. Usually an advisory committee is just advisory. They're not decision makers. I think a steering committee could be empowered to be a decision-making body. Advisory is more, it is less empowered, I suppose. Perhaps not the best word, but to guide this process, to have broader representation than council, staff, the board, and to include folks from across the community.
So if I was trying to convince my neighbor to be on this committee, what could I tell that neighbor to expect? That they're going to be asked to guide how information is gathered or what topics are addressed?
Do you want to help me with this? Thank you. Let's get the pros up here. Once you do it all the time.
And Ms. Merwin, I think it'd be helpful too to send council the link of the existing 2016 plan. So they can,
Sure,
again,
I
kind of
can
refresh them.
resend that. It is in the memo, but I'm happy to resend
That'd
it
be
after
great.
this. And I'd like to introduce Nora Bland from Cushing Terrell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, thank you, council members. Yes, that's a great question. It's typically a volunteered position, but it's essentially, we think of it as a sounding board. So we're presenting the plan for community engagement, and then we're getting feedback from advisory committee members. Does this sit what, like, does this feel like the way that your neighbors would want to be engaged? And then we're presenting existing conditions. This is what we've learned from the data. Can you tell us otherwise from your lived experiences? And then when we do have recommendations to present, we come to them and we really they're acting as that sounding board to help us understand, do these make sense for your neighborhood, for your community, for the organizations that you represent, for your board? And they're really just helping us modify the information that we're presenting to the greater public, and just giving us more perspective from diverse groups within the community.
They're like a permanent focus group that you will repeatedly go back to just to get touch
Yes.
base and interpret the information you're getting.
Correct. Yeah, that's a
So they
good
won't
way.
actually have any decision powers necessarily. We won't expect a report from them.
You would be getting reports from staff and the consultants, but that you would get reports that would relay the input from the advisory committee.
So we don't need an odd number to settle tie votes or anything. They're just going to
Correct,
be
yes.
responding. Okay, thank you. That helps clarify. One thing I was going to suggest from my past experience, obviously, Councilmember Leslie should be an advisor to the advisory committee because he clearly has some good insight. I've been involved in a statewide stakeholdering process and focus group, strategic plan process. And from that experience and a couple other experiences, I don't have a lot of faith in anecdotal, hit people up at brouhaha for their opinion on the comp plan. I don't know how thoughtful the responses are really going to be versus a very comprehensive set of focus groups and a scientific survey to really make sure we're capturing a representative sample of our community. To the points about youth, I don't know, I agree with the city manager. I don't know how useful, how much youth are going to be committed to this and interested and engaged in this project versus somebody who's 25 and renting their first apartment in Broomfield or working in Broomfield, and the people in their 30s and 40s. Because I imagine this advisory committee will be hard pressed to get people under 50, quite honestly, who are going to commit their time to this, unless it's virtual and they can check in from home. So I would encourage, this is my 2 cents, is to not spend all your energy. And I know the open space folks did a very comprehensive gathering process, a whole lot of anecdotal stop people on the trails, which sort of fit because you wanted people who were using the trails. But comprehensive plan is the least sexy thing you can ask somebody, and come up to them and ask them, what's your thoughts on the next 20 years of this place? I don't know how good of information we're going to get versus investing the resources, recruiting people who represent the community or who maybe just work in the community but don't live here or might want to live here, and get that feedback and a representative scientific sample, which you can do online or you can do through calling, and et cetera. I think would be far more useful to us. So I would encourage you to go that approach and not spend the energy on these other approaches that are really time intensive, time sucks, and I don't know how good or valuable the information is. So that's my points on that. I was going to suggest, I really think the council should appoint, I guess, the advisory committee if we're going to, it seems to be a fair role. I don't know if we need one from every committee because there might be 2 people on one committee who are far more helpful to that process, and maybe the cemetery committee doesn't have anything to add. So maybe let's look at that as to maybe all committee council or all members of boards commissions can apply. And that way we also can make sure that there is a representative sample on that committee. Because if you look at our boards and commissions, they tend toward the retiree age generally, not always, but there's a few exceptions. And I don't know how representative they are, honestly, of the community. So I think that sort of answers your questions. Does it? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Lim?
Okay, I'll start with where
Councilmember Cohen left off with the advisory boards. When I saw the focus on filling gaps of representation, I thought, okay, I guess I get the category gaps, but that is not what I expected to see. I mean, we certainly have evolved somewhat in our boards and commissions with representation of traditionally underrepresented population, but it's not where any of us I would say, would like it to be. So how do we end up with representation from underrepresented populations on this advisory board, given the formula that staff has laid out?
So one of the things we've considered is partnering, for example, with public health and their ambassador. It's a paid ambassador. What's the term? Community ambassador. Thank you. These are paid positions, and they are typically a more diverse folks in the community who are able to go out and engage with folks in their realm. Maybe they live in a lower cost of living neighborhood, and I don't know for sure, but maybe it's based on where they work. Maybe it's based on they have family members with a disability or health conditions. And so there is an existing ambassador program that we've talked about trying to engage those folks. We do think we would need to contribute towards paying them. We didn't think it made sense necessarily to have them be part of the advisory board if they were paid members, because that created I don't know that we would be able to pay every advisory member. So it created this kind of conflict for us. But there's no reason why we couldn't engage with them in other ways and pay them for their knowledge, their connections in the community and so forth. So that's a way to approach it, and to see if we can have focus groups. Or am I missing anything else that you would want to? Okay.
Okay, if you've thought through that, that's just a gap that I saw in how the advisory board was set up.
Yeah, we thought about trying to loop them into the advisory board, but the whole paying for them to participate created a conflict for us that, we can explain and we can work with it if need be, but it seemed better to consider them a stakeholder and pay them through that role as a different type of stakeholder.
Okay, thank you. On the city council role engagement, like the last step where we would have a public hearing on the final consideration of plan adoption. Would that be a timeline where we would, council would, I would like, and I'm certain the public would like, not a week before that we see the final product? Would we have that well in advance? This is a major,
Absolutely, yeah.
lengthy undertaking.
Yeah, as you might recall from the open space and trails plan, there was a study session with council several months ahead of time on the draft plan. And so we envision a similar study session occurring, but probably many more months ahead, like 6 months ahead, because if you have comments at the study session level on a plan that big, we're going to need months to incorporate those comments or pivot because of those comments and to finalize the draft. And we could certainly, along the way, determine what is an appropriate amount of time in advance for you to receive that final plan or even the draft plan. Do you need to see it 3 weeks before the targeted meeting, or is 2 weeks enough, or is it some other amount of time? So we could certainly flex on that.
On number 1, I was actually more interested in the outcomes format with the specific action steps. I'm not entirely opposed to the 2016 plan setup, but I think that the vision that Councilmember Leslie is pointing to is more shown in those community outcomes that are in that second approach. So, the other question I had, was about the budgeting for this. So the memo says that we budgeted $600,000 for phase 2 in 2025, and we under budgeted for that. So the memo says that we'll have a budget amendment in the future for the rest of that funding that's necessary. Could you explain it?
Yes, I believe there was just a housekeeping matter that happened with the budget, and the add-on did not get captured in the most recent budget. And finance has looked at that and determined that there will be savings available through other projects that they can guarantee funding, but we do need to capture it in a budget amendment early in the new year, as I understand it.
Okay.
So it is a bit of a housekeeping formality, but the budgets was always submitted and is captured in the CIP program that you would have reviewed back in October.
Okay, and there is a note that if the plan links to existing functional plans that don't comply with, I think it was with accessibility, that those plans might need to be updated, and that would be expensive and time consuming.
It would almost be impossible.
Oh, impossible.
I think. I mean, we've got plans that are 25 years old out there. We don't have electronic records for those plans.
Wow.
We would have to start over. So we could pay to start over and recreate them, but it's just not practical. So most likely, we might be able to link some plans that are more modern, but most likely we're looking at referencing plans. And of course, going forward, we will meet accessibility requirements, but it just, in my mind, it's not an efficient use of resources to update a plan that's 25 years old or 20 years old or 15 years old even. But if that's the direction that the advisory committee or council wants to go in, we could look at that, but we would need to, the city would need to budget exponentially for that kind of thing. That would not be part of the comp plan budget.
Okay, that explains that more clearly to me. Okay. Yep, those are my questions and my comments. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Anderson.
All right, thank you. I think I'm good with the traditional approach. I personally love the layout of the 2016 comprehensive plan. And when you're saying don't stay in those silos, do the cross intersections between groups and make sure that we're looking at transportation related to other pieces. I get that, but I think the actual layout is really straightforward and very useful. And that is the outcome, regardless of what we do, we want that to be a highly utilized document, not the one on the shelf. Okay, so, and I agree with the comments that are made in the presentation that there's a lot of action steps. And it would be, when I look at the comprehensive plan, I kind of skim through a lot of the action steps a lot of time because there are too many. If we can align those with the council priorities, the city priorities, I guess they're more than council priorities, and just, get it down to like 5 or something where here's where you hit each of these. I think that would really help when you're utilizing the document. Okay, so that's number 1. So I would go traditional. The stakeholder engagement, I think it's good. I would just add in community leadership, like maybe some of our nonprofit organizations, like a focus session with them to really hear their needs. I don't think I saw that in there. And also HOA board members, if there's a group of them that would want to get together because they have a lot of experience in the community. If there's an opportunity for focus sessions with those groups. And to Councilmember Cohen's question about the engagement at, Broomfield Days or Brouhaha, perhaps that's not really a time where you're really soliciting as feedback so much as just raising awareness that this process is underway, because I agree that might not be real in-depth information. The council engagement plan is good. And for the advisory committee, I would be good with the existing boards if they so desire to just make a recommendation of who they think would want to participate, but I wouldn't want to limit it from anyone also applying in addition to who they recommend from those boards. And the community members filling the gaps of transportation and utilities and some of the pieces that were not covered is good, but I want to make sure that when we put out that outreach that you shouldn't limit yourself from applying because you don't fulfill those buckets. That's beneficial, but we don't want to limit anyone from applying because I think we will be hard pressed to find the experience. On the youth membership, I think the 2 members is good. I agree with the future aspect, but I also think experience in this case comes in as like a priority. Like you really have to have that years and years of experience to really be able to inform the future. But I definitely want to hear from a couple of the youth on that committee, and that I think covers it. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Nguyen on the phone or on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments will be pretty brief. I like the idea of both plans. If I had to really pick and choose, I would suggest an outcome-based theme approach for phase 1, and as staff recommended, a traditional approach for phase 2 with city council with that. I agree with council members Ward and Marshall Shin for question 2 on engagement, youth, engagement being very important and trying to get more youth engagement overall for the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan. And I understand that there's some, concerns of getting folks engaged overall, but I believe that as, the 2016 plan is almost, 8-9 years old. I think folks who may not have a voice in the next plan could definitely be included. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next is Mayor Pro Tem Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that at first I thought the outcomes themed approach seemed to be more of an action driven plan. And then I definitely was, took some pause when you said that it would just sit on the shelf. My imagination of this comp plan does sit on the shelf already. So if you're saying the outcomes themes approach actually does sit on the shelf, I definitely don't want to go down that road. So it sounds like that maybe going with the traditional approach with much more of a robust implementation matrix sounds like a better pathway to go forward. Perhaps having the 400 action steps that are in there seems like a bit much. And maybe that's why I imagine this just sitting on the shelf, because it's so, it's so much, it's such a big task to do all those action steps. So, perhaps maybe fewer action steps and really looking at what is going to be a stretch goal to accomplish over the next 10 years. And as opposed to putting everything on there that we might accomplish someday. So maybe kind of looking at that to be much more action oriented, that we can actually achieve this over the next 10 years or so. I like the idea, and I'm moving to the public and stakeholder engagement. I like the idea that Councilmember Cohen talked about with an emphasis on focus groups and scientific survey, really using, I think as another council member pointed out, those more community events as more building awareness of this process, but not necessarily taking the information from those kind of areas. City council engagement, I think that's fine. My caveat kind of going into the advisory committee, I would not recommend council members sitting on this committee. I was a community member that observed the comprehensive plan process in 2016, and I would recommend not having council members on the committee. And really, I would do that for the same reason that we removed council members from the local boards and commissions here in Broomfield just this last year. So I think that allowing community members that space to really drive that conversation as opposed to being driven by council members. And I think that 16 might be too big, but obviously this is a different beast, and perhaps there's needing to make sure there's a critical mass at each of those meetings. And so needing to have 16 total people so that at any one meeting, there is some type of critical mass as opposed to not enough people, and having that advisory committee too small and then ending up in a meeting with only a handful of people there. So maybe that's a reason why to have those 16 people on there. So, but you know, I'd like to see how that comes. And then the last point that I would say is, I think that having one of the things that we have right now is our existing boards and commissions, or members of our boards, local boards and commissions. They really are only recommending serving on one of those local boards and commissions. Rarely do we kind of allow somebody to serve on two. So I think that my caveat would be that we would allow existing boards and commissions members to apply for this and to potentially serve on this one as well as the local board. But I don't think having those local boards and commissions appoint somebody to this group. I just want to make sure that we get the right fit and the right mix of people on this advisory committee. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Leslie, you already spoke once, right? Are there any first round comments from council? Well, I'll go first and then I'll let you have your second round. I guess I want to ask, what do you guys think are the best practices? To stick with what the way we did it or change it up?
Oh, that's a really great question. Thank you. I think that this process, this phase one of the project, it's been so collaborative with staff because we're trying to understand what it's been like over the past almost 10 years to implement this plan, to track its implementation, what worked well and what didn't. And so there are a ton of strengths and weaknesses that we identified in the 2016 plan. And I think that staff has really helped guide us in our direction of providing options. But that's really what this process has been, is that our direction from staff after some preliminary recommendations was really the path forward was providing options rather than like really strict recommendations of, this is what we've seen in other communities. It has to do with what's a usable document for staff, for you all, and for developers and for the community at large. And so in that way, that's why we've provided the options that we have. But again, I don't think that it's necessarily critical at this moment to decide the entire organization of the document. You'll get consultants on for phase two. They'll have opinions as well, but I think it's really, we've been really trusting in your incredible staff through this whole process and how much input and experience that they've provided us.
Okay, so I guess this would include an update of our comprehensive plan land use map.
Correct.
So would that prompt an update of our long-range financial plan?
Correct.
Okay, so kind of this has to happen first. And
Not ne-
then, or are we gonna?
Not
concurrently
necessarily.
Look at updating our long-range financial plan, which I also believe is outdated.
So the misnomer of the long-range financial plan is when you're using a document as a decision-making tool versus an informative tool. And in years past, anything that you update 5 years, if you're not updating it consistently, that's not only is it an issue, but you can't use that as a decision-making tool. So the rub was using that to help inform decisions versus here's where we thought we'd be, here's where we actually are, and how does that impact our decisions? So we don't have to have one before we do anything regarding financials. So financials are now continuous. Where are we development wise is continuous. Where are we with our enterprise fund is continuous. Applying the guesstimations when we're looking at the comprehensive plan, i.e. anytime that we give up commercial space for residential, again, if we're using that matrix as a model, and that is not a comprehensive, if we don't have the opportunity or ability to be able to say, here's the cumulative effect. That isn't something that pre 3 years ago, we looked at from a cumulative effect. We look at that now. Here's what it means, not just for this project, but for all projects. So it's not linear. This process is no longer, you don't do one before you do another, before you do another. It's really 3, which is why we're doing the strategic plan at the same time we're doing this comprehensive plan. Because again, those areas of alignment, to the council members that indicated, from that alignment perspective with the community goals, so that everybody begins to speak the same language. We're talking about the same vernaculars, same outcomes, same indicators. And those big ticket items, the community goals don't change, but the key performance indicators do. Are we measuring the right thing? Comp plan isn't designed to measure down in the weeds. Comp plan is to be able to say, here's the overall direction that we want to head. Where are we in making that end goal a reality? And that's really where the strategic plan comes in from an internal perspective, to be able to say, here's your key performance indicators. You're hitting 3 of them, but you're missing 5. If we don't get the 5, you're not going to get to the comprehensive overall goal.
That makes sense.
Good.
Yeah, no, I know we do things a little differently now, and it's not just a hard and fast ratio that they would always give us whenever we would consider a rezoning from non-residential to residential. I remember Pat coming to the podium, Soderberg, our former finance director, and she would like, if you do this, if you rezone, it's going to be this much of a loss. And it was almost like you could expect her to do that every time there was a request for rezoning, which worked. I mean, you know, like, oh, we don't want to do that and get ourselves in trouble. So I guess I kind of miss that gauge. I miss that warning, like, we can't do too many more of these, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Or we're gonna be not gonna have the revenue we need to pay for the essential services. That's where I live. That's why I said what I said about the rezoning. Because that's how I started. Yeah, this is what was always drummed in our head.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, and.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm open to what the folks want to do. They both sound like they would work. Did you want to do public comment? We don't allow it on this, but if I make an exception, I'll get in trouble. Council at city council, or is that right? Is there a Broomfield voice page yet?
No, but Ms. Merwin's going to talk about that. And
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No Broomfield voice page yet. We wanted to get direction from you all tonight on whether we indeed should proceed in 2025, issue the RFP. But I envision we would be pivoting to developing the scope of work for the RFP. It sounds like we do want to move forward, developing the RFP across the rest of this year, issuing that RFP in the new year, forming the advisory committee. And so in that Q1, we would be forming the Broomfield voice page. So we have something to point everyone to. And honestly, I might need a straw poll here, if I may.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to run that, or would you like me to?
Well, just to have the, just so we're clear, I think we're clear on everything except for 4B. And that is, does council wish to, so it sounds like we're going to do an advisory. Does council wish to appoint all 16? Or does council wish to appoint the 5 from the wards? Or what? We need direction on that.
Can I do a hand raise?
Yes, please.
Okay, so council members who wish to select all the members of the advisory committee, raise your hand. That's Okay, so that's 3. Okay, council members who would just like to select the 5 open call ones with 1 rep from each ward. That's the majority.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we could bring that resolution to council to approve the full slate that was mentioned in the staff report too. I don't mean to complicate anything.
Because we're gonna
but
have to pass it by resolution. Yeah, so you'll bring forth all the
full slate.
appointees.
So
Yep.
in effect, you would approve the others as well, just so there's a formal approval of the advisory committee. Okay. And then I'm not sure I know whether we're going more traditional, more outcomes, or we're gonna hedge for a while.
Well, let me get, give, Councilmember Leslie a chance to speak first, and then we'll circle back to close the loop on those outstanding items. Sorry, Councilmember Leslie?
Thank you. First of all, I want to agree with city manager, the way she framed the relationship between the finances and the strategic element. At some point, they all come together. They have to align. But as was said, the finances are ongoing. But it becomes organic once you get a clear direction based on your vision, and it should be based on your vision, not random goals. Once you get that clear, and then you identify the priorities, then the finances start to align with that. They have to, otherwise you don't do anything. It's the money that makes things happen. So I just want to reinforce, I think, what city manager said. Secondarily, we haven't really defined what the role of the advisory committee is, but I want to go back to what Councilmember Lind had asked about in terms of the diversity of, we're much more diverse as a county and a city than we were in 2016. The advisory committee certainly can play a role of inviting various representative elements to come to express themselves. And it can be done over a series of weeks and months and whatever. It doesn't have to be one meeting, you know, we're going to invite a representative to come to our advisory committee one time. It can be a series of community meetings. They could take place at the center across the street here, where a number of people are given an opportunity to share what their community is saying is important to them. So, I mean, there's lots of opportunities here. So I think one of the things I'd like to see is you all come back and say, here's what we think the charge to the advisory committee will be. So we have a chance to weigh in on that, because that is really the vehicle you have to engage the broader community. But if you do this only with 16 people hearing, and I
Yeah,
understand
no, yeah.
that, but that could be misunderstood since we haven't said much more about that. But that's one of the things that I would encourage you to do. And I've been in cities where that has been done, and it's been done very effectively, and you get a lot of good input. And ironically and interestingly, often there's a real synergy and alignment by the different groups. Everybody really wants this place to be a certain thing. And there really isn't that much dissonance among, different populations. So.
All right, thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Marshallsham.
One quick question, then a follow-up comment. For Ms. Rogers, are we going to be, do we have to form the committee by resolution before we appoint it?
You can do them Councilmember Marshallson, you can do them on the same night.
I guess my question is to Councilmember Leslie's point, can we specify when we create the advisory committee, can we mandate that they reach out to various groups and, that kind of thing to do the broad diversity of input? We all know that, we oftentimes during public comment stuff, we get the same 20 people that show up. And so I would hate to not get the diversity. So could we specify that they have to reach out to, I don't know how we want to do that, but that's something we can charge them with doing?
You can specify that in the resolution. I think the outcome is the challenge.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. They're volunteers, We're not gonna be able to will somebody that has transportation or, certain type of gap filling expertise. That's just not the reality. We'll see. I'm hopeful. All right, so back to you, Ms. Merwin. You're on, you don't know if we have the majority for option 1 or 2? on the approaches?
Correct.
All right, council members, and Kenny, are you there? He said it was midnight in Canada, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Still here.
Oh, good. Okay. So I'm gonna need a voice vote from you on this, or not a vote, but direction. For option one, the similar approach that was done in 2016. If you're in favor of that, raise your hand. Option one. Okay,
Raising my hand.
Kenny, it's a 5. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And those who want option 2. The outcome themes approach 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry,
Actually,
I
there's
meant,
only
my
9.
apologies.
There's
I meant to
only
vote
9
for
of us.
option 2.
Oh. Oh, you're flipping. So now we have 5 for option 2 and 4 for option 1. And that serves as a majority of the council members present. So it's going to be option 2 is the winner.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
very much
welcome.
for your input tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you all
We'll be
so
back.
much. I'm looking forward to it. This is exciting. Thank you. Well, that concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
All right, I have some updates in the local high school arena. So Broomfield High School boys soccer lost 2-1 to Cherry Creek this last weekend in the 5A state championship game. Went into extra time. It was a very exciting game. But in other news, Holy Family won against Jefferson Academy in the 3A boys soccer championship, 1-0 in overtime. So it was a great weekend for Broomfield representation in the high school soccer tournament. So go Broomfield.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. They're big